Buenos días y bienvenidos. Mi nombre es Javier Roca y Abrés.
Hello, good morning. I'm going to be here with you this morning on this first international meeting, the Harmony of Sustainability in the Mosque-Cathedral. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Agustín Jurado, who is the person in charge of communication of the canon of the Mosque-Cathedral of Córdoba. Thank you very much. Good morning, authorities, Mrs. Vice Chancellor of Innovation and Transference of the University of Córdoba, dear councillors of the City Council, Mr. Delegate of Defense, authorities, civil authorities, ecclesiastic authorities, representatives of the canon of the Mosque-Cathedral of Córdoba. I would like to welcome you all to this meeting on the harmony of sustainability in the Mosque-Cathedral. And this is one of the events of the celebration of the 40th anniversary of the declaration of the mosque, the inscription of the Mosque-Cathedral in the UNESCO's list. I will give the floor to the head. Good morning. I would like to welcome you to this meeting on the sustainable management of the Mosque-Cathedral of Córdoba. Excellence Demetrio Fernández González, Mr. Daniel García Ibarroda, Mrs. Lourdes Arce Jiménez, as a representative of the university, President of the UNESCO Club in Córdoba, dear civil, military, judiciary, ecclesiastic authorities. This meeting is part of the program of this 40th anniversary of the inscription of the declaration of the Mosque-Cathedral as a UNESCO site. And this meeting, we are here to discuss on the harmony of sustainability in the dimension of people, nature, and economy. We're going to be discussing with experts. We've been working for some time with the University of Córdoba and also the UNESCO Club of Córdoba, so that this concept of sustainability will not only be a concept that is trendy, but something deeper than that. So today, through discussions and debates, we would like to understand what sustainability is and how it can be applied to heritage management. I am sure we are going to be working on the sensibilization of heritage managers and the society as a whole in the importance of sustainability. We have an immense responsibility with the very important heritage in Córdoba, and today we're going from the theoretical level to the practical level, analyzing the management system of our Mosque-Cathedral. So what is sustainability? The United Nations developed sustainable development as the progress that will satisfy the current needs without compromising the needs of the future generations. When we apply this to this document, we must say that we are very happy of being able to enjoy this Mosque-Cathedral. And the UNESCO acknowledged the values of the Mosque-Cathedral as the part of the World Heritage, and this is what we are celebrating today, 40 years later. And in 2014, the UNESCO acknowledged the exceptional values of these monuments because of its continuity and the fact that the continuous use of the Mosque-Cathedral from the religious point of view. This has contributed to its preservation, and it also keeps its authenticity thanks to the shapes, materials, use, and function. So UNESCO declares that this unique creation has been kept till now in its integrity, and it has had a great influence in the Muslim art. The canon has helped us enjoy this monument through its preservation, and now we need to see how to continue favoring progress, satisfying current needs, and without compromising the needs of future generations. This is why we are going to hold this meeting on the harmony of sustainability in the Mosque-Cathedral of Córdoba. I would like to thank you all for your presence here, and I would like to thank the support from the City Council and the University of Córdoba. I would like to thank María Ángeles Jordano, the professor with whom we have collaborated, and we've signed a collaboration agreement recently with the University of Córdoba, with María Ángeles, and also Mrs. Carmen de Prada from the UNESCO Club in Córdoba. And I would like to thank them all for participating in this organization. And also I'd like to say that the technical staff in the canon has been working for many months in the study of the situation and the preparation of this meeting. Also to continue advancing in the improvement of our management model of the monument. So I would also like to thank the presence of those who, together with the experts and specialists, are going to participate in the 6 different roundtables for dialogue and discussion. I would also like to thank the support of those who are following us through streaming, and also thank the conference hall for welcoming us today. The president of the Córdoba Club is going to take the floor. Good morning to everyone, participants, members of the canon, civil, military, and ecclesiastic authorities, colleagues who work in heritage, sustainability, education, environment, social action, and other fields. First of all, we would like to thank the canon for having invited us to participate in the report on sustainability of the Mosque-Cathedral and also the University of Córdoba. As you all know, CUCO is an NGO as the UNESCO Club for Córdoba. There are thousands of clubs at the international level, and we want to promote a sustainable way of life, and also we want to promote SDGs. We are going to discuss the importance of harmony, coherence, and on the contribution of the Mosque-Cathedral to the development of current and future generations, accessibility, dialogue, circular economy, prosperity for the city, ethical management, transparent management, collaborative work, and many other topics that we hope will allow you to discover the Mosque-Cathedral from a different perspective. We want to thank all public, private entities and also volunteers who support the work carried out of social and cultural organizations such as ours. We would like to thank everyone for their help, to their contributions, so that Córdoba will be a better place to live in the present and the future, because we don't need a perfect citizen, we need millions of imperfect citizens taking sustainable actions every day. Thank you very much. Now the Vice Dean of Innovation of the University of Córdoba, Lourdes Ace. Dear Bishop of Córdoba, dear civil, military and ecclesiastic authorities, I would like to thank the canon of the Mosque-Cathedral for having invited us to participate in this meeting, this international meeting. Sustainability has three different dimensions: social, economic, and environmental. Environmental sustainability may seem to be the least important one in this specific and singular monument, but if we have a look at the court of the orange trees, we will understand that the environmental aspect is also very important. The social dimension is perfectly covered because of its significance from the religious point of view, and also because it represents values of coexistence. And also the monument is open to all. From the economic point of view, Córdoba would not be the city it is without its presence. From the University of Córdoba, we can say that our researchers have studied its history and the archaeological and artistic values it contains, because it also attracts a lot of tourists. In the University of Córdoba, we're very proud of our collaboration with the canon. This allows for our researchers to continue obtaining new knowledge about this very special building. I would like to thank Professor Ángeles Jordano and also Antonio León and Professor Rodríguez, as well as their teams who participate in different projects. The findings of these research is published in international magazines, in international journals, and this is also disseminated to the citizens. I would like to offer a hand for collaboration, and there are many different teams that can work in different fields using new technologies in order to contribute to preservation and study of this piece of heritage. I would also like to inform you that the University of Córdoba has a service of environmental protection. This means that our institution is more sustainable and environmentally friendly. We also have a sustainability department for educational actions. The University of Córdoba also wants to contribute to networks with the civil society in order to launch actions that will allow for an improvement of the territory. We have commitments in environmental improvement and also fighting against climate change, and we have several indicators, including the measurement of the carbon footprint, and we have reduced it by 20% in 2023 with regards to the previous year's levels. Now I will give the floor to Delegate of Sustainability and the Environment, Daniel García, from the City Council of Córdoba. Good morning. First of all, I would like to excuse the absence of the mayor who couldn't come here, but considers this meeting is very important. Now I would like to say hello to all the different authorities, the from the University of Córdoba, the canon of the Mosque-Cathedral, the bishop of the city, the representative of the city council, and also the civil, military, and ecclesiastic authorities that are here with us today. I think nowadays we hear the word sustainability every hour, and this word has united us. In 2015, most countries in the world decided to work on sustainable development to have a better world, and this is has an important significance, and this is why we are here united. Córdoba is a key place from the point of view of sustainability and heritage management. These two elements must coexist. The management of such an exclusive World Heritage as the Mosque-Cathedral, this means that we are a reference at the global level. But actions need to be carried out at the local level, and they must be the result of a commitment from all citizens. We need to find a balance between sustainable tourism, like sustainable development, but also respecting the traditions and cultural activities of the inhabitants of the city. I think that we all agree on this, and I heard a word that was mentioned before, which is the word commitment. We need this local commitment, and this is something that the University of Córdoba also has. When something is preserved for 800 years in the same condition, sharing a lot of culture, I think this is not easy, and the sustainable development of the Mosque-Cathedral is very challenging, but we need to continue working in an action line that will allow us to have a friendlier city. This is our goal with our strategic plan. We need to consider many goals, and when we think about fighting climate change, we need to think, for example, about the people in Valencia who are suffering a lot. This is a proof that we need to take measures. I want to express my solidarity with them. And this is from the environmental point of view. The economic development and the social development of the city are very important, but the environmental aspects must also be taken into account. And in this sense, the Mosque-Cathedral is progressing along this path. Thank you very much. The Bishop of Córdoba will now take the floor. It is a great pleasure for me to participate and attend and also present this meeting. As the President of the Canon mentioned, this is a moment for dialogue, to listen to each other, to cooperate and show our commitment. And this is why I would like to extend my gratitude to those who have already taken the floor today during the opening, but also to those who will later on. Sustainable is the key word, and the Pope has recently used this word for the Catholic world, for ecclesiastic people mainly. And he has attracted our attention to this word because it is a harmony created by God, because we know that nature is not a blind force. There is a harmony between the environment and human beings, the community, in international relations. Peace is also an ecological and sustainable aspect, and this document on sustainability shows that Project God is something that requires the commitment of everyone. So I would like to thank the Canon for inviting us to get together here. And this Mosque-Cathedral monument is plurifacetic and pluridimensional. And they can convene the best experts so that they can teach us, because we must all learn about sustainability, which is the topic of today's meeting. I would like to thank the University of Córdoba for their collaboration, for their research, so that we can incorporate the new knowledge to this monument and its preservation, so that they can also tell us about. I also thank them for the collaboration and the authorities. It is very important to remember that each authority is working in a different field, but we must all be joined and united in our actions. So we will all obtain benefits from this, and this is something that has already been achieved. The fact that we are working towards the same goal, and this means that we can help each other so that the coexistence in relation to this monument will be sustainable and improvable in all different aspects. I hope that today's meeting will be very beneficial for all those who attend, and also for the active participants in the conferences, dialogues, conversations, and round tables. All this is going to be recorded, and it will be viewed later on by thousands of people, many more than the ones that can be included in this auditorium. So I hope we will all contribute to make sure that the Mosque-Cathedral, which is a privileged and unique place in the world, well, as I'm saying, everybody who participates and collaborates here will help us to the participation and the communication on this singular building. There are different tests carried out by different entities and authorities in the field, for example, of tourism and hotels. The rankings show, in fact, that we are the first places, and this is a challenge, and this is what the Canon does with us. They convene us to listen to all of us so that this building is sustainable. Thank you very much to you all, and enjoy the meeting today. So now, after the presentation, we would like to thank you again for being here, and now I would like to invite the participants of this first round table to come here, moderated by Rafael Pérez, with the participation of Joaquín Alberto, María Ángeles Jordano, and Carmen Chacón. Thank you very much.
la primera jornada internacional de la
This is the first international seminar on the harmony of sustainability at the Mosque-Cathedral. And we're going to resume the sessions. The moderators is Mr. Rafael Pérez de la Cancha Camacho, the head of the Department of Tourism and World Heritage of the Municipality of Córdoba. Thanks very much for being here. Good morning. Thank you, David. First, I would like to personally thank the trust placed on me both by the university and the Council of Deans to moderate this seminar on the harmony of sustainability at the Mosque-Cathedral of Córdoba. I'm going to try and be strict with terms of the timings. We have many interesting speakers, many panel sessions. We want some time to be available for people to ask questions at the end. And I would like to remind you that there are QRs which can give you access to the resumes of all the participants, also the agenda of the seminar, and also the survey that we are going to run at the last panel session. Your questions can also be made through the QR. You will be able to download the application and ask the question in a remote fashion. I've got a computer that will be used to ask the questions to different speakers. First, we're going to watch a video which is a guide for the action of resources, heritage resources with regards to sustainable development objectives. The guide for the action of the heritage resource of the objectives is got 3 volumes, so people responsible for the management of cultural heritage, yard homes, and gardens integrate their information. There's a theoretical framework and a practical access. It is a universal tool for any element of heritage, independently of the ownership, management model, location, and size. The application of the guide will take place around 5 steps. First, understanding the Sustainable Development Objectives, the SDOs. We will integrate them and understand the opportunities and responsibilities they entail for the management of our heritage resources. Second step, defining priorities. An analysis of materials allows us to identify issues interest groups around social, environmental, and governance groups. We must establish priorities and performance indicators measuring our starting point in terms of sustainability. Step 3, setting up targets. That's the time when an action plan is designed with a series of aims, implementation deadlines, and indicators aimed at monitoring. Also, our agenda for sustainability must also harmonize the main targets of the municipality and the territory, because acting locally, we will have an influence globally. Step 4, integrating. The commitment of the management, sustainable team, and all the internal structure is essential for the integration of sustainability in management processes, preservation of heritage, maintenance of infrastructure, planning, and programming. The integration protocols and the control and practical access. In order to approach sustainability aspects, it is very important to develop alliances with different stakeholders with who to share principles and values. Step 5, informing and communicating. Use the sustainability template, which is needed to analyze the contribution to the preservation of heritage. You may disseminate your commitment through social networks, press, email, and also specialized platforms proposed in our guideline. Promote your heritage with sustainable practices. The guides are available both in Spanish and English at patrimonio2030.org. You can get in contact with us at that email address. These are research project financed by the following institutions.
Muy bien, fenómeno. Muchísimas
Okay,
gracias
wonderful.
por haber
Thanks very much.
realizado esta presentación, este vídeo.
Designing this
Y sin más
presentation,
dilación vamos
and
a
without
dar
further
paso a la
ado,
primera de las mesas. Son mesas,
we're going to start the
tenemos 6
first panel
mesas
session.
durante
There
toda la
are
mañana.
6
Las mesas van a
panel
estar constituidas
sessions all throughout the
por
day.
diversos
The
conversadores
sessions will be
y van a
made
tratar
up by
diferentes
different
temáticas
speakers, and they
también
will
en
be dealing
relación
with
con los
different
distintos
subjects having
puntos de
to
vista
do
de la
with the different standing
sostenibilidad, de
points around
social,
sustainability,
económica y del medio
with
ambiente.
the social,
Y bueno,
economic,
la primera
and
de ellas
environmental dimensions.
que
The
tenemos con
first
nosotros ya sentado a don
speaker
Joaquín Alberto
we
Nieva
have is
García,
Joaquín Alberto
presidente
Nieva
del Cabildo de la
García,
Catedral de Córdoba, doña María
chairperson
Ángeles Jordano
of
Barbudo,
the
catedrática doctora de Historia
College of
del Arte de la
Deans,
Universidad de Córdoba y
the
directora
canonry
del Máster de
of
Gestión del Bien
the
Municipio, Gestión del
Diocese of
Patrimonio
Córdoba,
del
Ms.
municipio, y
Ángeles
Carmen
Jordano
Chacón
Barbudo,
Guerrero, arquitecta, jefa de la oficina del casco
dean
histórico de la
in
Gerencia Municipal de Urbanismo.
history of the University
Esta
of
primera
Córdoba,
mesa lleva por
and
título La
Carmen
cultura
Chacón,
de la
the head
sostenibilidad
of the
y
Office for the
vamos a
Preservation of the
intentar
Historic Districts of
realizar
Córdoba. And we're
conversaciones
going
sobre
to
la
try
armonía
and start a
de la
conversation of the
sostenibilidad y la
harmony of
coherencia con la
sustainability
misión,
and consistency
visión,
with the mission,
valores y
perspective,
normativa
values,
de un
and
recurso patrimonial. En este caso,
regulations of
la Mezquita-Catedral.
heritage
Así que,
asset,
sin
in
más
this
dilación,
case,
vamos a
that of the
empezar
Mosque-Cathedral. Without further ado,
con
we're
las
going to
preguntas que le
start
voy
with
a
the
plantear a
questions
cada uno de los
that I'm going
conversadores.
to
Vamos a hacer una
pose
primera ronda,
to
una
each
segunda
of the
ronda, y
speakers.
después tendremos un
There will
tiempo
be a
para
first
que
round of questions, a second round of
los
questions, and
preguntas
in the end there will be some time for questions from the audience.
Don Joaquín,
Mr. Joaquin, which was the main motivation of the College of Canons for the development of a report on sustainability for the Mosque-Cathedral of Córdoba? Good morning. We we were commended by the book of Genesis of taking care of the creation of God. And in our case, we specifically have we're entitled with the caring of this monument, the Mosque-Cathedral, and we've been doing that for 800 years. Pope Francisco has provided us with a series of directives for the development of sustainability, and specifically in our case, in the realm of the preservation of this monument. It's an important document. For example, the Fratelli Tutti document, and there's a series of patterns on sustainability and a series of key elements which we are embracing and also implementing in that context in which the Universal Church is embracing the teachings of our Pope. So we have the possibility of getting in contact with the University of Córdoba and the UNESCO Club of Córdoba. So the Pope entitled us with the caring of that common home. We're living in this global village, so we're all co-responsible for this, and each of us at different levels. And a series of keys were provided to us which have got to do with what we're doing at the university, for example, and the College of Canons. For example, protection against climate events, climate justice, the promotion of respectful economy, the application of an ethics of care and responsibility, share care and responsibility aligned with the principles of sustainability and the preservation of cultural heritage, the caring for the legacy, the inherited legacy. In our case, we have the Mosque-Cathedral intergenerational responsibility. So we shouldn't just have ourselves in our minds, but also we should take care of the legacy we leave for future generations. Also, thinking of a sustainable and ethical economy. So a way is open for us to acknowledge the value of our heritage, of the legacy left to us. So it is very easy to cooperate when people are looking in the same direction. When Carmen and Maria Angeles offered us this possibility, we felt that we are in harmony. The Catholic Church always invokes the protection of the commonwealth or the common good. So this is one of the key elements, taking care of our common home. And another key is provided to us by the Pope, the culture of meeting, the value of mutual understanding. Right now, at this historical moment, following the dynamics of sustainability, we should be implementing the value of meeting, of getting together. Later on, we may speak not just about the sustainability of the material values of building, but also other immaterial values. So we have these keys provided to us by the Pope, and on the other hand, we count on documents, the Sustainable Development Targets, which were included in the Green Book of the Ministry of Culture. Last year we had a meeting hosted by the Spanish Ministry of Culture, at which that Green Book was provided. In our case, the management of cultural environment designs and place of action which allows for the preservation of this cultural heritage and making it possible for new generations, future generations, to manage and making progresses and taking care of the needs of the current and future generations, and also the guide for actions on heritage resources, published by the University of Córdoba in its first volume, dedicated to cultural heritage, offers a series of criteria that we've just been looking into at that video. And that's what we are working around. We have ratified an agreement with the University of Córdoba so we can analyze how we're doing, how our management system is, what is it about with that SWOT model. So as I would like to point out today, we have opened our gates towards sustainable management, improving the environment, accessibility, security, and the well-being of each and every one visiting our monument. That's more or less the motivation. Okay, a wonderful introduction on the reasons why the canonry made an investment in sustainable protection of the heritage. Now I'd like to ask Maria Angeles, which are the resources for sustaable protection of the heritage? Well, first, there's an immediate benefit, which is the preservation of the monument itself. But everything having to do with these criteria applied in sustainability allows us to work ahead and foresee which would be the dangers, the risk which could endanger the monument, and then the resources needed for the preservation of the Mosque-Cathedral could be put in place. So in conservation, in the preservation of monuments, prior actions are always pay off, because restoration is always more costly and more tricky. So that's the initial benefit for the Mosque-Cathedral. The second, of course, the Mosque-Cathedral, I think anyone present here feels rarely identified with these heritage element. It is a part of our legacy, and it is speaks of the authenticity of the city of Córdoba. And a conversation Rafael Pérez de la Concha and I myself had, he was telling us, what is it that what's the most widely known perspective on the city of Córdoba? Is the image of the overlapping rows of arches. This monument, which was acknowledged by the UNESCO not just through its inscription in the World Heritage List, but also its exceptional values are important. So, what's the point of all that? It is a monument which is already a singular, a unique element of our image. And as I was saying, the Mosque-Cathedral has got an impact in the city as a whole, because Carmen Chacón will be mentioning later on what's under her power, the preservation of the historic center of the city, not just the surroundings, but also these goes beyond that. In fact, 10 years later, in 1994, the initial registration of World Heritage Sites of Córdoba was enlarged in 10 years' time onto the whole of the historic district of Córdoba. So we've got there a clear impact, because we've got to take care of the whole of that historic district as a whole, which is what makes life a pleasant experience in our city. And that goes hand in hand with what the Bishop of Córdoba was saying. The alliances which allow for a permanent dialogue to be established with other institutions and levels of government which have got to do with decision making and the issuing of regulations for that narrative to be maintained. That is what makes life easier, not just for tourists, but of ourselves. Thank you, Ángeles. And following on what you said, the next question for Carmen Chacón would be, what would be the impact of the Mosque-Cathedral in terms of the regulation over the historic district? Well, you've already mentioned it. The impact or the influence of the Mosque-Cathedral is very high, and it's got a direct one. The Mosque-Cathedral cannot be understood as an isolated building which has achieved an inscription in the World Heritage List by itself. It's in urban environment. So the UNESCO realized that 10 years after the inscription in the list, it should be that a historic district should also be included in the declaration as World Heritage, as a World Heritage Site. The declaration of the mosque itself in 2014 speaks of how the Mosque-Cathedral should be understood within the context of that, a broader context, which is some kind of a living expression of the different cultures. And with regards to sustainability, which has gathered us to around this session, the other members of the panel have already outlined environment, economy, and the social arena. People who do not know this environment just think of the environment. The social and economic dimension is not that clear for them, so it takes you some time to get into its analysis. And we should think that that's sustainability when those 193 countries gather together in order to design the 2030 agenda. They think of 5 fundamental elements, which are the people, the planet, prosperity, peace and alliances. Those five elements are essential. We cannot forget any of them. And that's what led on to the designing of the targets of the Sustainable Development Targets. None of those SDGs speak of targets. The SDGs, they do not speak about culture. You've got to get deeper into the targets, and then there's a wider narrative on heritage and a relationship established between culture and heritage. And sustainable development speak of cultural heritage as an essential spine, as an essential foundation for sustainability to be able to exist. We understand that the Mosque-Cathedral is a resource, which is, of course, a stream of resources in itself, which percolate onto the immediate environment and the rest of the city and the rest of the historic district at the historic and social level. So it's a very powerful resource, but also very frail. So that's why sustainable development should be taken into account here, because we're saying that sustainable development covers all actions which cover the needs of today, but without endangering the ability of future generations to develop their own lives. So we've got to take care of these assets so all of us can enjoy it now and also the future. And around that level of sustainable development, we cannot think of the Mosque-Cathedral as something isolated from tourist activities, because we all have got the right to have access to these cultural resources. But that tourism, in order to be able to protect the presence of tourism, someone was saying before, I think it was Carmen, she was saying that everyone should act individually in order to make a contribution towards sustainability. And the Mosque-Cathedral is surrounded by private homes. Private actions are also an important part in terms of the preservation of sustainable development. So a series of rules have got to be put in place for the development of individual activities, so they carry about with them a contribution in themselves. So there's a protection plan which protected the Mosque-Cathedral, its surroundings, and the whole of the cultural asset. Okay, so focusing on the monument itself, let's get back onto the first of our speakers, Joaquin, which is that the vision, the mission, and the values. Well, following on the standing point described by Carmen, we, when assuming the mission of managing the monument, we do not just have got to protect the monument, but also we've got to look for other elements. We're talking, for example, about people, peace, progress, prosperity, then around pacts or alliances within that challenging framework. For 8 centuries, we have worked in the protection and promotion and preservation of this monument as a material and immaterial asset, and guaranteeing its access to Cordobans, because you've got to take into account the people as an initial element of this perspective. As a cathedral, it's been used. That continuous religious use has allowed for its preservation, because it was the Cathedral of Córdoba, the monument which was being preserved, and now all Cordobans and people living in the province can enjoy the monument. And we also try to make it easier for people with some disability to enjoy it, or for example for large families or students. So there's an interest for people, for the people who use the mosque, and Cordobans can enter all days in the year, but also at 8:30 in the morning. Every morning is open for people to enter for free, so no one can be deprived of the enjoyment of the monument if they haven't got the money to pay the fee at regular opening times. Of course, the material preservation is important because we are monitored by the regional government, so everything is always being done following the regulation on the preservation of heritage. And that is got to do with the implementation of measures so we can fulfill our duty as the owners and managers of the monument. And we haven't done that so bad because it's been running under the canonry for 8 months. And also we have been including all those aspects. As a mission, we've tried to preserve the monument by promoting a participatory form of management. It includes responsible tourism, technological improvement, and preserving cultural heritage as an accessible asset for all citizens, for the community. We host 2 million people a year, and it's a very important aspect. That the building is the preservation of the monument is compatible with that flow of people. Of course, any restoration works is got to be done taking into account the visitors. So it is not easy to manage a building which is constantly visited by people. We never close the monument, even if there are large works ongoing. So we have that perspective of including sustainability and the openness towards the local population and our visitors. With regards to values, sustainability makes us think continuously on the progression of measures of preservation which guarantee the enjoyment of the monument by future generations. And of course, we do it under the light of the respect for other cultures, because we host people, we welcome people from the 4 corners of the world. There's no discrimination, no exclusion. So it's a multi-ethnic and multicultural point of meeting, and people from other religions. So there's always an atmosphere of respect and integration towards all people. And also innovation, we will be, we always use state-of-the-art methods of promotion and accessibility. For example, we can have in mind that we are all the time listening to how there are people who have different needs or have communication difficulties or physical disabilities. So we always take that people into account so they can also enjoy the monument. And also transparency, the dimension of ethical economy, transparency. We have the portal where we explain our accounting, and we described which are our investments, where are our resources invested. So our management is also a sort of contribution to that progress, that form of improvement, because we are working on self-sustainability. with the resources we gather, we reap, with this self-management system.
So we also work on the feeling of belonging, and we involve the scientist community. We have agreements for collaboration with the University of Córdoba and many others too. Recently we signed a new one, and also, besides the universities, there are many academic institutions with which we are also cooperating. We have signed many agreements in order to promote the preservation and conservation, because we receive contributions. This means that we become enriched. We listen to the recommendations and we implement all those recommendations as soon as we can. We also take into account the representatives of the world of the economy here in Córdoba. And of course, here tourism is key, and many sectors, like for example this one, depend on the good operation of the Mosque-Cathedral. So we will also discuss this later on to make sure that tourism is also sustainable, to see how we welcome and manage all those people. We also have relationships with the social movements, the Social Council, the Association of Peñas. We have a commitment with 700,000 Catholics in Córdoba, who also demand to use this document as the main temple of the city, as their cathedral. And many of these people who are members of movements, associations, brotherhoods, religious institutes, the different dioceses, and well, many people are concerned by this, the condition of the monument, and we're always there to respond to the contributions that are made in a positive way, in a constructive way, whenever we receive a suggestion. Many of the people we have been in contact with know that we appreciate those contributions and that we have a positive vision, and we always appreciate this constructive criticisms or comments. So there are several pillars: 5 people, planet, progress, peace, and alliance linked to this document, to this monument. And for us, the monument has fantastic opportunities. In the field of people, I've referred to many of the people who may have an interest in the monument, also want to enjoy it, and so on. And then taking care of the creation, and we have several initiatives. For example, we are studying the energy we consume in this building because of the lights we have, and so on, to achieve an energy saving, but also we want to incorporate renewable energy, and the technical experts will talk about that later on. Also, the collection of rubbish, because 2 million people visit the Mosque-Cathedral, and we will later on discuss more in detail how we manage all this. So, I wanted to highlight this. When UNESCO refers to sustainable development, to have a positive alliance for peace. So here the idea is to get several players together in order to, actors together, in order to promote the well-being of the city. And this is something we are working on, and we will continue working on this. And we really are very thankful for all those who want to collaborate and make this place a place where people meet. It's just wonderful to see thousands of people every day coming from all over the world. This is a universal place. And you see those people who enter the Mosque-Cathedral, have some relationship, have some sort of, interaction, and then they spend time in the court of the orange trees, enjoying the place. And this is a commitment of all, and this is what we need to achieve. We need to eliminate conflicts and controversies that are completely sterile, and we really need to make sure this is a place for people to meet. This is a specific culture we have, so that everyone can leave the place with the conclusion that they enjoyed it, that they had no problems, that they had a peaceful visit. And this is also this title that we have, the harmony, because this is a world that is divided by so many disputes, but these people have been able to visit such a place. They have enjoyed a place of harmony and peace. Thank you so much for telling us about the values of the monument. And now I have a question for Maria Ángeles, who represents the university. What would be the difficulties that can exist for the development of this sustainability plan? Well, Carmen de Prado, the president of the Cuco Club in Córdoba, and myself, when we started with the first contacts to work on the sustainability report, we were surprised to see the attitude of the canon, because they were very open-minded, very flexible, and they got really involved with the project. I would like to all the members of the canon and also Mr. Joaquin for having helped us to contact the experts, because of course we all see the tourist visits and this general image. But then we discovered what's going on inside. They manage such a building that is over 800 years old, plus everything and all its history. There are so many people who are involved in this management, and those are the people who will be participating in the different roundtables so that they can tell us about how they get organized. And difficulties? None, I must say. It was quite the opposite. We found challenges in terms of identifying the multiple initiatives that cover diverse fields, not only the visit, the religious use, the cult, also many activities, social dissemination, participation in national and international projects to help people with who are vulnerable, with low income or very few resources. And we needed to manage all this. So what we found was a lot of support, and I want to highlight here that the canon is extremely well organized with very qualified staff, and also staff that is personally involved with the Mosque-Cathedral. Earlier, the bishop referred to the word house and sustainability of the house, because Carmen and I also discussed this, because for the staff, the Mosque-Cathedral is their house. They feel it as their own. They feel they are responsible for it, and there is a great coordination. Everybody knows their responsibilities, their duties, their tasks, and they also have received a lot of training. So the canon has really promoted the training of their staff. So what was the challenge we had? We needed to identify everything that is being done and translate it into the language of sustainability, the modern language that administrations use, and we need to adapt what they are doing, or translate what they are doing to that modern language of sustainability. We need qualitative and quantitative indicators, and this is why several and different research groups are going to participate in order to be able to analyze all those indicators and then share the findings through a report that we hope we will be able to publish soon. Now, coming to the end of this roundtable, I'd like to ask Carmen Chacón, are there projects on which you're working from the City Council to solve the issues around the Mosque-Cathedral? I'd just like to mention that through this QR code on the screen, we have received many questions, and some of them are related to what's going on around the surrounding area of the Mosque-Cathedral. Yes, obviously, this is a resource that generates a stream of resources. So it is coming from the past, and that are being generated right now but should be kept for the future. So this can create tensions in the area. So as I mentioned earlier, sustainability, this is a new language, as Ángeles just said, but at the same time, this is something that we've been doing for a long time, that is to order what is being done to. We have a plan for the protection of the old center, the old city, since 2008, and there we already first had estimates of the needs of protection depending on the intensity of use. So also taking into account the tourist situations that are so much related to heritage elements. Well, obviously, we are working in a way so that we can always be in harmony with the monument. So we need to make sure that the city center, we don't want it to be invaded only by tourists. We want to have inhabitants, and in the city council, in the different departments that are involved in improving the environment, they're working through the management plan, for example, the also storms tank, that is also a very important infrastructure that contributes to the sustainability of the Mosque-Cathedral and the environment. Also the decontamination, visual decontamination, depollution, and there are some experiments that are being carried out in areas close to the World Heritage Site to see how this affects the companies. Also, we have specific orders for the publicity panels and so on. And the idea is to improve the area. So we want to identify the risks and the threats that could create problems in terms of the possibility of living in the area. And we want to make sure that we avoid problems and create opportunities according to the needs of the area. So, we have some time, and we're going to consider the questions and comments that we are receiving. Aranjuez, Cáceres, Dominican Republic, Barcelona, those are the places from which we are being watched. And there are two questions about the preservation of the urban landscape. Will the City Council consider the maintenance of so many terraces in the Jew quarter and the areas that are being massively used for tourists that make life difficult for those who live there? This is not the area that is closest to the Mosque-Cathedral, but of course these tourists do come because they are attracted by the Mosque-Cathedral. Well, as I mentioned earlier, in the City Council and in our office, we are carrying out studies to identify the threats, because everything that is a threat to the Mosque-Cathedral is a threat to all of us, because it will be a threat to people. It is people who live in that areas, and we don't want a theme park here. We want inhabitants, locals. So we need to identify the risks that may affect these people. And concerning the terraces, and yes, of course, this is something that is a business. They create a great atmosphere, but this needs to be regulated. Of course, there are permits, specific permits for those, and there are limitations, of course, for that. Well, of course, businesses try to get the best out of their activity, of what they do, but we need some regulation, of course. And in this sense, we all need to contribute to sustainability. We shouldn't have an individual look, but also we should consider the community. So some studies are being considered, and in the future we will take initiatives taking into account the data and the analysis of the data. This is very important. And I always do a comparison with doctors. Physicians never decide on a therapy, treatment, or surgery without the necessary tests and screenings. So now, in Córdoba, what we are doing is the screening phase. Diagnosis is necessary before we take actions. Okay, concerning data, can you tell us more about this digital twin that the City Council is preparing right now? The digital twin is a tool that is already implemented in the City Council. It is a software tool that will allow us to first introduce data, to be able to work on models. This will help us understand the behaviors of a specific area or place on the basis of the data that are introduced. So we are going to have different scenarios that can be analyzed. And in this digital twin, we have already carried out several tests concerning pollination, for example. And to see its impacts in the old center. Also, we are considering the impacts of the micro forests that are being launched by the environmental department, to see how we can create these microforests in the best way to reduce temperatures, have a reduction in pollution too, and so on. And this is done in the digital twin so that we can scale up and improve the sustainability and habitability of the area. I know that many other World Heritage cities are watching us, and they are very much interested by this digital twin, which they would like to replicate. There's also a comment by someone, a question for Mr. Joaquín Alberto, the Dean President of the Cathedral Chapter of Córdoba. So we've heard of a new building in the riverbank that will be assigned to research and not tourist use. So I would like to know whether there's a project for sustainable and affordable dwellings. I think the canon should be leader in the social renovation of its area. We must avoid and prevent the Guggenheim effect. So there's this comment on the new building, and also perhaps the City Council would also answer this question too. So this leadership that is demanded by this listener, I think this is something the Mosque-Cathedral already has, but I would like to know what your view is when you're asked to take on this leadership. Of course, leadership for us is something that is shared. We work very closely with public administrations and also with other private and public institutions so that we can carry out many initiatives and projects. So if there's a new idea and we can support it, if it's going to be for the benefit of creating a new way of managing those dwellings that are non-occupied or in bad conditions, so that we can improve the rehabilitation of the old center, we will be very happy to contribute to that. And also in the archives, we are advancing with this new building, and we're going to be very happy to start using it as soon as it's ready, because it will be an archive for many different types of documents and also for a bibliographic use. So we're very thankful for those who have allowed for this project to be achieved, because this is a project for the city as an archive and a library. It's like the Alcázar, the synagogue, and the Mosque-Cathedral. These are elements that will be for the benefit of everyone. So we are very happy that we got support for the construction of this building. Okay, what about this affordable plan, dwellings or affordable housing plan? Or sometimes I'm not sure if they're thinking about affordable or accessible. Instead of affordability, in Córdoba, there is a municipal company for housing company with a specific plan that has recently been approved with a strategy. Nevertheless, we continue working and analyzing what is happening in the area of the Mosque-Cathedral and the old center, particularly in terms of the dwellings and houses that existed and with the specific structures. These houses are inherited by the new generations, and these structures do not correspond to current uses. In the old center and the area close to the Mosque-Cathedral, we see there is a decrease in population, but an increase in the number of family units. We have recovered some buildings, for example, some of them that were used by tourists. And all this needs to be studied in detail to see which buildings can be bought by the public administration to create affordable housing units. There's also a new law and this in Andalusia, and this means that we will be able to work on this topic and in this field with more strength than we had in the past. So we are going to do things in this sense, and this will be also having an impact in our budget. But I, in any case, invite you to check the housing plan that has recently been approved. There's also a question about tourist guides, and in the next roundtable we will have another representative of the Canon who can tell us more about this. It's a question on the training of tourist guides, but this is a question I will keep for the next roundtable. So this is great because we have 5 extra minutes that we have not used up, and we will be able to use them during the next roundtable. So thank you very much to our 3 speakers, Joaquin from the Mosque-Cathedral, Ángeles from the University, and Carmen from the City Council. So thank you very much, and now I would like to invite you to go back to the audience, and I would like to invite the next speakers to come for the next roundtable. Thank you. So now we're going to start with the second roundtable. I would like to call Manuel Fontiveros Rubio, Head of Security and Cultural Activities in the Mosque-Cathedral, Mr. Rafael Godino Triano, Head Commissioner of the Provincial Brigade of Citizen Security, and Mr. Luis Álvarez Moreno, President of the Association of Tourist Guides in Córdoba. Thank you very much.
Manuel, creo que va aquí. Manuel, Rafael y Luis. Eso. Bueno, poneros delante de la foto. Aquí a mi lado. Fran, de Congress, ¿podría venir un momentito, por favor?
Fran, please, can you come over here from Congress?
En esta mesa tenemos 5 minutos menos, son 50
In this
minutos.
roundtable, we only have 50 minutes. And after that, we will have a coffee break.
Por favor, tomen asiento.
Please take your seats. This second roundtable has the following title: A Better World for Everyone, for every person. So we're going to talk about people in relation to the management of the document, and we're going to create a conversation on how to contribute to the integrated human development of current and future generations. We have 3 guests with us, coming from different fields, but all of them working every day in the Mosque-Cathedral. I'm going to start with Mr. Manuel Fontiveros, who's the Head of Security and Cultural Activities of the Mosque-Cathedral. We have a lot of questions for you, Manuel, and we will try to summarize them. And please try to answer these questions briefly, and then we will have a second round of questions. We will have the opportunity to complement things if necessary. Our colleague from down Córdoba has the QR codes you can use for asking questions. So, Manuel, my question is the following. What is the structure of your Department of Security and Cultural Activities? How is it organized internally in order to manage the really extremely big flow of people and also create the appropriate security and well-being within the monument? What is your staff? Do they train themselves? Do they? Can you tell us about the self-protection plan of the Mosque-Cathedral? Many questions, but okay, try to answer them. Thank you very much, and I will start with the structure of the department. We have a team of about 45, 47 people, depending on the moment of the year, 3 guards and control, access control, The guards are in charge of guarding, security, and then there are other staff in charge of the sale of tickets. So this group, out of these 45 people, 12 of them are women, and in the field of private security, I must highlight that there's not usually such a high rate of women. As for the way we are organized, the guards and the auxiliary staff have a specific position where we believe they can carry out their duties. It is not only the visit of millions of people, but also cultural activities. Yes, of course, we're in charge of cultural activities, and we do the programming of visits during the day, at night, also the maximum numbers of visitors. We also have cultural extraordinary events like concerts and religious events. Also, of course, the Holy Week, the anniversary now of the declaration of the World Heritage Site. Of course, yes, many activities.
And for that, there's 3 people at the management level, because we've also got to take into account that the monument is open all days of the year. So we, the 3 of us, should be very well coordinated and informed on any details with input from the Department of Cultural Activities and the Department of Security. So we are all aware at all times of anything going on day after day in the monument. And, well, that self-protection plan, it's a document where the actions needed to provide the monument with security are stated. That's the self-protection plan. And there we have all steps needed so there's a series of it's a plan which is alive, and every few years it's got to be updated, and we've got to take into account all the components, all the detection teams, intervention, evacuation of the monument. And even if we are supported by a PS system, sometimes in a case of an emergency, we would have to evacuate as much as 2,000 people. And in a previous time, we were talking about covering the security of all the visitors. You've got many people coming in with their bags, with their purses, or maybe with their suitcases, because they're going to get it right into the bags of the train right after the visit. So what do they do with their luggage? We have a security control in terms of access to the inside the building, and there's a random control of bags and also the clothing, because you can just check the whole people. We've already done a test in terms of using security portals, but the conditions of entry make it very difficult. So right now we've got this type of control. And then there's what I was mentioning in terms of bags and purses or luggage, and we haven't got a locker room. So the only thing we can offer is sometimes one of the visitors in the group stays in the yard taking care of the bags and suitcases, and the rest get inside, and they then change places after some time. And when there's an individual visit, we can offer them the locker room of the youth hostel, which is not very far away from the cathedral. Well, it's a good business opportunity if anyone wants to open a locker room in the vicinity. So, and then, what would be the relationship of the national police with the team in the mosque? Which is the relationship you hold with them? Well, the relationship between the local police station and the private security of the mosque is the one which should be fulfilled according to the regulation. It is covered by a law from 1986. And from that point of view, the inspection and control of private security of the Mosque-Cathedral is carried out and monitored regularly, and of course also we provide assistance at the control center. There's also a plan referred to as Safe Tourism. It's a wide plan, a wider plan, and in the case of what we are entitled with doing in Córdoba, we apply the plans which are active for the whole of the country in terms of areas largely populated with tourists. So we try to contribute to security, especially having to do with foreign visitors. And among those measures, we, for example, disseminate information on security measures, how they can resort to the police in case they are victims or witnesses to any crime. Also, there's a freely available application that people can download in their mobile phone, and they would be, through that application, be in live contact with the security forces and the police. And also, privacy is protected, so in many cases, information can be provided to the police, the national police, without having to go to the police station itself. So Luis, as a representative of the tourist guides of the city and as the president of the Professional Association of Tourist Guides, what is the learning that visitors bring back home when you work for them? What could I tell you? Well, what are your feelings when you see the faces of people, the way they react when visiting the monument? As a friend and colleague, Rafael, I may tell you that there was an old dean of the Faculty of Tourism Sciences of Madrid, Luis Fernandez Fuster, and he said that the guide was acted as a kind of tourist teacher. And we have got to do our teaching at that wonderful place over there. The building is so impressive, so different, so outstanding, that the first thing you get from the faces of visitors is surprise. No one entering the building, no one walking up the street believes that once they have got through the main doors, they are going to be exposed to that impressive explosion of architecture. So, such a significant building, an eclectic building, is also a building with a marked Islamic personality, even if it's, of course, a blending of artistic elements. So the visitors first understand that not all large monuments or not all large assets or buildings, historic buildings, are even similar. Of course, people are entering a cathedral, but that cathedral is very far away from the standard structure of Spanish cathedrals, which follow usually a clear artistic period, Baroque or Renaissance or Gothic. There are buildings and buildings, but this one in Córdoba is absolutely unique. There's nothing which can be compared to it. So they are very greatly impressed, and then that opens up their minds to getting deeper into the understanding of the building. The visitors, when they are so surprised, they want to know what's the reason for that peculiarity in the building. And how is it that since 785 the building has been put in place, it has been in the same place for so many centuries? And that perspective of the building induces the visitor to wanting to stay as much time as possible. I think that most of the visitors have access to videos or pictures or images, but the feeling they get once they are actually in the building, what can you recollect from that? Well, it's a situation that I very rarely saw in people in other places or environments, and they tell you about that 1,000 times. I've been working as a guide for 40 years, 6 months and 8 days, and that's something I get repeated by people time and time and again. I have seen pictures, I had books in my hand, I've seen videos, but if it was not up until the time I got inside that I could realize the entity, the dimension of this building. And of course, with the explanations provided by guides, they enlarge the perspective because they want to know. Yeah, once they have got a grasp, has scratched the surface of the knowledge on the building, once they have been exposed to that pedagogy made by the guys, usually people spend about an hour and 15 minutes or so. They are like hungry. I have clients who have come back 2, 3, 4 times. Last September, an American lady at the one of the gates of the city walls told me, "You know, Luis, you remember me. This is my fourth time in Córdoba, and I love that you're going to be our guide." And I asked the company, "Are we going to have Luis as a guide? So if you know how to to sell the experience, well, then the building itself will be selling by itself. You've got to explain it and explain it well. You can get back home with the idea of an spectacular building, and maybe you won't know without the help of a guide what's behind it all. Huh? Well, it's for example, the Americans refer to the Mosque-Cathedral as an overwhelming building. Okay, let's get back to Manuel now. As the person responsible of security. In 2019, right before the pandemic, more than 2,000 visitors were hosted in the monument. I would like you to please give us more details, more numbers on the current year. How many visitors have already visited the Mosque-Cathedral? How many activities and academic events? And how the application of new technologies has involved a transformation of the visit or the experience. Well, we've grown in number of visitors as compared to 2019, because up to the October 30th, we got more than 1,800,000 visitors. And with regards, these just, are you talking just visits of the Soul of Córdoba, nocturnal night visit, and daily visit, of course. And then with regards to the tower, up to October 31st, is received 97,000 visitors. And the trail of the Fernandine churches is got some 25,000 visitors. So we are decentralizing the visits to churches. This with regards data we got with regards visitors, and with regards 2019, a small percentage. I think we're going to go beyond 2 million and something. And the other question I had in mind is with regards to the number of cultural activities. If the number of events has grown or not. Well, with regards to events, there are 3, 4, 5 monthly events depending on the season in the year. But among masses, extraordinary celebrations, or for example, important religious festivities such as, for example, the Easter celebrations or concerts, the White Night of Flamenco, with which we've been cooperating for some time now. Well, with the on the occasion of the World Congress of World Heritage Sites, I could behold that magnificent concert at the Mosque-Cathedral, and a visit to the monument with Beethoven being played in the background. It's an incredible experience. And, well, all of you regularly visiting or attending this type of events in a live experience which has nothing which can be compared to. Well, and now, speaking of new technologies, the selling of tickets has become faster with touch screens, with the online selling of tickets, visitor welcoming center, where all these technologies will be implemented. The audio guides, well, we have made considerable improvements since in 2019, the canonry made a decision on the implementation of online selling of tickets. And a big percentage of tickets, around 50-something, 60% of tickets are sold online. And there's also, well, that too is helps us a lot in terms of the flow of visitors. And with that tool, we can distribute visitors at different times in the day. There's a certain limit of visitors, and with the possibility of not cramping the place. What's the limits of tickets per hour? It's 1850 tickets, 1,850 tickets. So the visit experience enjoys a higher quality, high level of quality, and you do not get masses of people at peak times in the day, which was one of the problems we had before. And tour operators, all of them arrived at 10, and we had to take care of more than 3,000 people. And that flow control is not just making it easier for visitors to come to the Mezquita, but also it allows people to enjoy a more balanced visit to the city, because people used to go all at the same time to the synagogue, all at the same time to the castle, all at the same time to the mosque. Right now, if a group of people is visiting the mosque, there will be another group visiting the castle, and so tourists are more evenly distributed. Well, some agencies would come 10 a.m. and they would just visit the mosque, and they would leave the city and go for Seville or Granada. And with this tool, we can extend the visiting time. Well, I was saying as a joke, a few days ago, that maybe the visiting of the mosque, visits to the mosque should be starting 7 p.m. so people would stay overnight in Córdoba and would make a bigger investment in the city. So Alma de Córdoba, the night visit, is developed Thursdays, Fridays, Saturday. How many groups are usually using that type of visit, making use of that visit? Well, in low season, it's usually Friday and Saturday, or if there's a conference taking place in the city, and also in peak season from March to October, November, we are from Thursday to Saturday, as long as there's no celebration, religious celebration. Well, and of course, the experience without a guide, with someone supporting your visit with music, with a guide, the experience will be completely different. And of course, it's an experience we recommend. Thank you, Manuel. Okay, so let's go on with Rafael, the police commissar we have as a guest. Which are other tools which are put in place in order to guarantee the security of visitors? Well, the cooperation entails the working with other administrations and with public or private institutions, the Mosque-Cathedral, and the relationships are maintained, especially at the level of private security and the protection that the application of our security plans involves. And in tourist areas, we implement the plans for safe tourism. So we maintain close relationship with all institutions and administrations, levels of administration. So we understand that with local police, you've got a joint police station. We have the police station of the Judalevi Square, and people can file in claims. It's open from 8 a.m. down to 10 p.m. from Monday to Friday. It's right in the historic district, so people can locate very easily, I mean, especially foreign visitors. When we were preparing the panel, we were talking about the problem we had with pickpockets. The guides have got a whistle in order to warn tourists in terms of, for example, the people trying to sell them rosemary, which is an illegal activity, or known pickpockets. So where can people fill in a claim? When can people report to the police? Well, you know, the pickpocketing, it's a mild offense if the money stolen is not above 300 euros. So people should be told that it's of course thievery, but if it's not above 300 euros, in many cases you've got to tell people that the thieves will not be put to jail. There's a fine, but there's no jail. But if the money stolen is above 300 euros, the national police can bring the pickpocket up to the courts and deprive of freedom, that is, arrest these people. So in this sense, our cooperation with the tourist sector and our cooperation with the tourist guides is very close. So the moment pickpockets are detected, we are warned, the information is transferred, and of course we cooperate in that sense in the prosecution and prevention of this type of crimes. In general terms, this type of thieves are usually referred to as roaming criminals, because they usually do not stay in the city for a long time. Well, so we were talking about the importance of the presence of uniformed officers in the area, so thievery is prevented. And of course, undercover police officers is also important. Of course, the fact that the police in uniform are out there provides security, public security with more visibility. But prevention is, of course, essential. And carrying out this type of prevention and research and investigation with undercover police helps us acting in the identification and arrest. Of course, the mechanisms we have in place, especially in the environment of the historic district, we try to strengthen the coordination, so the visibility of the law enforcement forces is perceived, readily perceived, both by visitors and criminals. So that's another question which came to my mind. What is it that the monument tells the visitors? This is a question for the president of the guides. How they feel it as unique? Well, I may answer this question with the words from someone who's more important than I myself. All of us know Professor Ruiz Cabrero, Gabriel Ruiz Cabrero, a chair of architecture, who says that when entering the praying room, areas such as the temperature, the light, or the repetition of columns define the atmosphere, but there's also an atmosphere of mystery, the certainty that there were always people praying in the place, and also the mystery of exotism, of a culture which was once ours and today stands as far away and ancient. And that atmosphere surrounds us and predisposes us to the perception of any noise. When silence is broken, something of the essence is lost. This was from Gabriel Ruiz Cabrero. Say a lot. The monument is so impressive, so overwhelming, that creates that feeling in people. That definition is inversely proportional to our daily life. There are so many visitors that there's always some noise, but the monument is creates some kinds of astonishment in visitors. Some days ago, I was with the family of an old friend, and they had come from Cadiz, and we got into the monument by 6 p.m. and my colleague was saying, well, I never saw these in this way. Well, you know, you're older than 60, and you were born in the city. Well, you know, seeing these this way with no people, it really breaks up the image I've got. This is the eternal problem that tourist activities have in Córdoba. It is very difficult to convince people to come over and visit a monument by 6 p.m. or maybe tour operators bring the visitors. Yeah, it happens in all places like Córdoba. Granada more or less suffers from the same. Another colleague was saying the other day that he visited Granada last week, and she said, you know, I wanted to go to Malaga and watch the sea with no people around, and then we got into Granada and there was it was full of people on a Saturday. So, well, this information and this offered to visitors, it's very interesting. The programming of visits in a more customized way creates a value which visitors coming in peak times are deprived of. So enjoying those silences and listening to the explanation of a guide who's not in a rush, that calm visit is something to enjoy. Of course, this is inversely proportional to modern communication. We're talking about tour operators, tour operation, cheaper offers, or people with a smaller purchasing power. In 1989, 1988, buses coming by 3 p.m. or 3:30 from Madrid, they would stop and have lunch in Berlin. Now they're coming to Córdoba at 1:30. And they want to do that because they will go on to Seville. And in the way to Seville, they will be stopping at an olive mill in a town, and they do all that in the same day. So even if you beg them to use other times, it's just like they have got finance in mind. That is not going to happen in Seville, because they will be arriving to Seville by 5:30 or 6, and they will spend a couple of nights there. That doesn't happen here in Córdoba, but I don't see a solution for that. The tour operator itself selling you a cheaper group of visitors can sell you, can send you a more expensive, people enjoying a more expensive package. So there's people of all trades of life. So the issue of large groups and the timings and the visiting of Córdoba maybe is not something we can solve today, but there might be a look forward. Well, we make big efforts. I don't want to boast, but Manolo listens to us every day, and he knows what we say, how we say it, how passionate we are, and as the Americans say, we do some kind of a performance with the aim in mind of these people to come back and say, for longer. Maybe next year they will come over again and they will stay for just 3 hours. It's difficult to change that trend.
Well, this question, I postponed it to this second roundtable. So we need to convey heritage values to tourist guides so that they can actually do the same thing for the tourists. So this is the question I would like to ask you. In the city of council, we've organized many programs with seminars with Córdoba, Otoño Sefardí, Ramadan nights. So the different religions were present, and we had guides training on these topics with experts from the university, from the Mosque-Cathedral, and from many different aspects. So we have tried to do training for tourist guides, and we would like to know if you can tell us about what the canon is doing about the training of guides, so that they are well trained. Luis, would you like to add to the training or say anything about the training of guides besides their own training? What's the number of guides in Córdoba right now? Working currently working in APIC Córdoba. There are 51 members that are active. With
el que está de alta fiscal, pero está a lo mejor jubilado o lo que sea, tiene una compatibilidad que la ley establece. Pero en fin, full time, ahora mismo hay 48.
Activities and also well, full time guys there are 48. And then there are many other guys that are not member of API, and many different languages, going from
el árabe literal, el árabe
classic
culto,
Arab,
hasta el japonés,
classic Arabic,
pasando
to
por
Japanese,
alemán,
including of
italiano,
course
inglés, francés,
German, Italian,
un abanico muy grande.
French,
Y,
and so on.
bueno, por lo
A
que
very
decía,
wide
formación,
range
aparte ya los
of
cursos que el
languages.
ayuntamiento ofertaba,
So of course the
nosotros
city
mismos
council
hemos organizado, ahora hace
offers
tiempo que no organizamos
many
nada,
trainings, but we have
hemos
also
organizado
been
algunas
offering many
jornadas
trainings,
de
not
geografía e
recently,
historia de Córdoba,
but we have
en las
organized
que han
some
participado
meetings
ponentes
on
de
geography and
altísimo
history of Córdoba,
nivel científico, tanto de la universidad como
with
de
a very high
profesores no
scientific
estrictamente
level,
de la universidad, pero sí
with professors
doctores
coming
muy
from the
cualificados.
university, but also other
Ahora
professors
mismo me vienen a la
who
memoria dos
are
ilustres profesores,
experts.
desgraciadamente ya desaparecidos, el
I
doctor
can now
García Morano, que
think
fue
of García
deán de la
Morano,
catedral, el
who
doctor Nieto Cumplido, por
worked for the
supuesto, que
cathedral,
falleció hace ahora 3
and
años.
Professor Cumplido, who
sido
passed away
ponentes en
3
cursos que
days,
nosotros
3 years, sorry,
organizamos.
ago, and they have been speakers in the courses we've organized.
cursos de renovación de aquellos carnets antiguamente.
And
Hubo en su momento,
I think
había
there's
en su
also
momento,
been
hubo en su momento,
courses
había que
for
hacer para
recycling.
luego dejó de
actualizar.
haberlo.
Yeah, this is something we
Todo
used to
esto
have,
forma
but not
parte de
now
la
anymore.
evolución histórica
This is
del ordenamiento jurídico
related
que, como tú sabes,
to
ha sido
the
muy compleja, ¿no?
evolution of
Entonces,
the
hubo un
regulation of
momento en
this
que
profession.
la legislación que regulaba el tema de los guías establecía la obligación
So,
de superar unos cursos para poder renovar los carnets. Ahora mismo eso ya no es así.
The
Los carnets son permanentes.
current
Vuelven a lo establecido en
guide
el famoso reglamento de
permits
Fraga,
or
orden ministerial del 31 de enero del 64.
IDs
Y hoy
are
por hoy la administración
now permanent, and they
pública no
don't need to
organiza
pass
cursos, puesto que además el
a
carnet,
new
principio
exam
permanente.
to renew
Y bueno,
their
nosotros, Manuel, dentro del Cabildo, aparte de toda la gestión y control
guide ID.
de las visitas por guías
So
habilitados y demás, bueno, hacéis muchísimas conferencias,
you
muchísimos
do organize a
seminarios, más
lot
ahora
of
con motivo de los
conferences
aniversarios. Pero
in
hay alguno
relation to
específico
the
dedicado a los
anniversary,
guías de
but
turismo,
also in general, right?
sobre el conjunto monumental, un tipo de seminarios que tengáis pensado hacer en el futuro.
But I'd like to know if you could mention any of those conferences that you organize. Can you tell us about anything that is planned for the next few months, or anything that you are going to use to disseminate the research, to know if guides receive actually information about this?
Del conjunto basilical, del patio y demás.
Pues yo...
Me consta que sí, pero te lo tengo que preguntar.
No soy yo quien lleva exactamente el
Well,
tema este
I'm not in
del
charge
guía.
of
Lo
that.
que sí me consta es que
But
don Manuel Nieto
I can tell you that
dio
Mr. Manuel
muchos cursos de
Prieto
formación
organized many
a
different
los
training
guías,
courses for
y
guides,
todos los estudios,
and
o sea, me has preguntado de arqueología, todos estos estudios sí sé que se publican.
everything is
Ahora bien,
published.
desconozco si el Cabildo tiene previsto organizar algún curso
And
específico para-
I don't know if there's a
para guías.
specific
Mientras vivió don Manuel Nieto, hubo
course that is organized for guides.
como diría,
Well, I can tell
una
you
especie de docencia viva permanente. Es decir, al margen de que formalmente se hubiera celebrado
there
la
is,
jornada tal
of
o la
course,
jornada cual,
different meetings,
era un-
conferences, but when
un
Manuel,
aprender todos los días. Don Manuel nos
Mr.
reunía 5 o 6,
Manuel,
¿dónde estáis?
was
Tal y cual,
teaching
vamos a
every
charlar.
day,
Y nos llevaba al caballo rojo.
he would
y
ask
nos
a few of
contaba
us to
cosas.
come with him,
Anda,
and he
tráeme
would
mañana
tell us
otros 4
about
o 5
this
y
or
os cuento
that,
más cosas.
and
Lo de don
he
Manuel
invited
era-
us to bring
todos
other
nosotros nos podemos
guides
considerar,
to be
digamos,
trained by
discípulos
him.
de don
So
Manuel
we
Nieto
must
Capriles.
acknowledge
Por lo
that
menos
we've all
todos los
learned
que le hemos
from him,
conocido hasta que
at
falleció
least
hace ahora
all
3
those
años,
who
que somos
have
la inmensa mayoría
met him
de los 48
until
que
he
estamos
passed
ahora.
away 3 years
41,
ago. So most of
Manuel,
the
el
active
contacto era
Hemos
ones.
hablado antes del centro de recepción de visitantes.
So
¿Cómo
we've
está
been talking
preparado?
about the
¿Puede
visitor
explicar
center.
brevemente en qué va a
Can you
consistir?
tell us about this visitor
El centro de
center?
recepción se encuentra ahora mismo ya en
Well,
la última fase de preparación. Estaba
we're at the
prácticamente
last
finalizado, pero ha habido
phase.
una
It was
modificación
nearly
que ya
completed,
el mes pasado
but
se
we needed to introduce a
comenzó
change,
y esperamos
and
que
this
para
was actually
en
started
julio
last
del
month.
25 pueda estar ya
So
en
we
funcionamiento.
expect the center to
este
be
centro, pues,
operating
va
in June,
recepcionar
July
a todo
2025.
visitante
And
que
the idea
desee pasar por allí,
is to
pues lo va a recepcionar y le va a
receive
ofrecer, pues,
visitors
la
who will
información
come to
del
this
monumento,
visitor
le va a
center.
ofrecer la posibilidad de comprar,
So information will be
tickets allí,
available,
de alquilar audioguías o radioguías,
ticket sale,
y aparte,
also
pues,
the
va a
renting of
disponer de diferentes salas de
gu-
proyección,
audio
de
guides or
exposición, de
hiring a
maquetas, donde,
guide. There will be
gran
exhibition
parte de-
rooms
de piezas del monumento
with
se van a exponer
different
allí. Y,
pieces
aparte
from the
llevará una sala
monument.
expositiva también,
There will
y
be an additional
también tiene
exhibition
aseo, que ahora
room,
mismo, pues,
and also there will be
para hacer un
toilets,
poco
because this
ese
is a
servicio debido
lack,
a la-
this
a
is
las
a
limitaciones que
deficit.
tenemos
There are
de espacio y
not many,
del patio de San Eulogio, que es un
not
patio
much
bastante amplio.
room available. We have
Grupos,
limitations in terms of space, so we actually need some restrooms. So this means that a guide could start the visit at the visitor center with perhaps showing a video on the monument or things like that, and then actually go to the monument. Sometimes we see that there have been tourists visiting the monument, and some of them, after an hour, they still don't know where they are. They really don't understand anything because they lack the basic information. So for those who don't hire a guide, for example. So this visitors center will be enough for them. So I'd like to know about a manual, a handbook on security protocols for the city council, the canoncy, or the police. Do you think this would be something advisable for the guides, that guides could use with the key information on, for example, the opening hours of the police station, some things like that? Well, in that sense, well, we briefly referred to that earlier, but in the Safe Tourism Plan, we have these kind of tips, recommendations, and so on security, and also what to do in case of being a victim or a witness of an offense. Also, at the beginning of the roundtable, I referred to the free mobile app where you can report an offense in real time to the national police or the civil guard. And there will be an immediate reaction for security reasons. And of course, citizens can go to the police station in order to report an offense or a crime, but we can do this through the mobile application too. In the canoncy of the Mosque-Cathedral, they are informed of this, and we also disseminate the information to tourist guides, private institutions, hotels, restaurants, and so on. Also, any places where we receive tourists. So in that sense, in the national police, we do have a specific department within the different sections, and this is specifically dedicated to citizens' participation. Well, I think that, well, we insist a lot, and we contact the police very often. They're a bit tired of us, but we really reporting pickpockets all the time. I know this is a very difficult problem to solve because we will need to modify the criminal code, the criminal law, but this is not possible, and therefore pickpocketing is considered a lesser offense, mild offense, and therefore there's a limited capacity to intervene. So we ask the police officers to walk around the area just to make sure they will feel the police presence. The Councillor for Culture came to me telling me that I shouldn't refer to the problem of pickpockets, and because she was telling me off for talking about this topic because she believes that there will be a reduction in the number of tourists because they won't want to come because of the pickpockets. But we need to talk about pickpockets because there are many of them and they are really a terrible problem. 6 years ago, I remember I was going to a meeting in Cecu, and on the street Gran Capitan, a Bosnian woman came to me and tried to steal my watch. She was used to, like this loving attitude, and she didn't manage to steal, to rob me. So when I went to the police station to report the offense, the officer told me, she says she's 24 and has 4 children, but of course you cannot trust anything that she says, and she's got 25 events in her record, and the next day there's advice by the police station. An old man who is about 60 years old has been object of an attempt through the loving method, and I hadn't read the newspaper, and Elisa called me to tell me that she was afraid this old person was me.
una cuestión que no hemos tocado, que estaba prevista.
Okay, before the end of the
inicialmente, pero
round
sabía
table,
hacer
I'd like to
directamente
bring a
Luis
question
el tema de la
to Luis and
accesibilidad en
Manuel.
el monumento.
Accessibility
Contestéis
in the monument.
brevemente,
Can
un
you
minuto
be
cada
very
uno.
brief with
Desde
a
tu punto de
1-minute
vista,
answer?
Luis,
From
como
your point of view,
visitante con tu
Luis,
grupo,
as a
y
visitor
Manuel,
with
desde el punto de
your
vista del
groups of
responsable del
tourists, and Manuel as the person in charge of the monument. So the Muslim architect who built this monument 1200 years ago thought about people with disabilities. It is very accessible. There are hardly any steps, and now we've solved this with small ramps. It is a very accessible building. There could be some moments where there are a bit too many people at the entrance, but this is not the Alhambra in terms of accessibility. And visual, no problem. There are also wheelchairs available, and for blind people or people with hearing disabilities, well, you've shown that in some activities with the city council where you showed the accessibility options, because blind people can touch different elements. Well, we have a Braille leaflet for blind people so that they can be informed of the basic data, and then during the visit itself, they're allowed to touch the chair shop, and well, also the mosaic and things like that. We need this sign language too. In the masses on Sundays, we do have this sign language. So we can also incorporate this language to the visits, sign language, because it's a specific one. In Córdoba, there are fantastic professionals who can do the visit using sign language, as you can see here. Would you like to add something? Yes, just before we finish. So, of course, in Córdoba and around, well, the Mosque-Cathedral, all the area is a safe place for tourists and inhabitants, and of course the police is always surveilling for this. We are very aware of the impact of this. So this is part of our daily work. And I would also like to mention very briefly that we're in charge of the protection and security in districts around the Mosque-Cathedral. And we are acting with regards to security problems, particularly in relation to drones that are flying in restricted areas and not respecting the bans of flights in this protected site. And we work also in cooperation with the private guards of the Mosque-Cathedral. And we identify the owners of these drones very soon. There was a case that recently in the news, it's usually a foreign tourist who is, of course, not aware of the regulations, but they usually should have an idea of the regulations and bans, and they are informed by the police and the tickets they may receive because of flying, if they decide to fly drones in the area. So this is the end of the second round table, and now we'll have a 30-minute break for coffee, and now we will be back at 12:20. So for those who are watching us through YouTube, remember that we will be back at 12:20 when we are going to be discussing another pillar of sustainability.
Vamos funcionando. Es que está bien, va todo muy bien. Hola, sí. Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello.
Ya, buenas tardes.
So, hello everyone.
Retomamos
We are
esta
going
primera
to
jornada de
resume
armonía
this
en
first
sostenibilidad en la
edition
Mezquita-Catedral de
of
Córdoba. Hemos
Harmony
desarrollado ya las dos
of
primeras
Sustainability in the
mesas con
Mosque-Cathedral.
interesantes conversaciones.
We have
Vamos a
already
continuar
held
con
our
esta
first
tercera,
two round
que está
tables with
dedicada a otra
conversations,
de
and
las
now we have a
importantes
third round
facetas de la
table
sostenibilidad,
on
como es el medio
another
ambiente.
important
Y realmente
aspect
la mesa
of
se llama el cuidado de la
sustainability
naturaleza
and the
en un
environment.
planeta
The title of this
interconectado.
roundtable is Caring for Nature
Conversaciones
in an
sobre un estilo de vida sostenible,
interconnected
pensamiento
planet.
crítico y responsable.
Conversations on sustainable lifestyle,
Forman
critical and
esta tercera
responsible thinking.
mesa
So the
Miguel Espejo
members
Pulido,
are the following: Mr.
responsable
Miguel
del
Espejo
Departamento de
Pulido, head of the
Mantenimiento de la
maintenance department
Mezquita-Catedral,
of the Mosque-Cathedral.
Laura María
Mrs.
Rodríguez,
Laura María
Madrid,
Rodríguez, Madrid,
licenciada en Ciencia Económica
who
Empresarial y
studied
adjunta de la gerencia
economic
de SADECO, de
science
la
and
empresa
business sciences,
Saneamiento
and
de
assistant
Córdoba,
manager of SADECO,
y Ángel Lora
and
González, profesor
Ángel
titular
Lora,
del
professor
Departamento
at the
de
University of
Ingeniería Forestal de la Universidad de Córdoba,
Córdoba
doctor
in the
en Ciencias
Department of
Biológicas
Forestry
y jefe
Engineering,
compañero
doctor in
de Parques y
Biological
Jardines de nuestra
Science,
Delegación
and
Municipal de Infraestructura
the
FEMIN.
head of Parks and
Tenemos
Gardens in the
45
municipality.
minutos para este panel.
We have
Voy a hacer unas primeras preguntas, una ronda de preguntas a cada
45
uno de
minutes
ellos.
for
Haremos una
this
segunda
panel.
y les recuerdo que
We're going
pueden
to have
intervenir haciendo
two
sus
rounds
preguntas
of
a
questions
través
for the speakers, and I would like to
del
remind you all that you can
tenemos
use
unos QR que los compañeros
the
del
QR
Córdoba
codes
están
to ask
pasando para que puedan
questions,
acceder a realizar las preguntas que deseen y yo intentaré
and I will try
plantearlas
to
todas.
convey them to the
Comenzamos con
members of the
con
panel.
Miguel
So I would like to
Espejo.
give the floor first to Miguel
La misma pregunta que le he hecho
Espejo.
antes a Manuel. ¿Cuál es la
The same
estructura
question I asked
del
Manuel
Departamento
earlier.
de
What is the
Mantenimiento y
structure of your
Restauración del
department,
Patrimonio
maintenance
de la
and
Mezquita-Catedral?
heritage restoration in the Mosque Cathedral? Good
Nuestro
afternoon.
departamento empieza con el
Our
equipo técnico.
department
Tenemos un equipo
is composed of
multidisciplinar
a technical
en
team.
el cual nos
We
vemos
have a
todos los martes, que
multidisciplinary
ahí
team. We
intervienen tres
have every
arquitectos,
Tuesday a
una
meeting with
restauradora,
3
dos
architects, one
arqueólogos, un
restorer,
técnico de
2
coordinación de
archaeologists,
seguridad y salud,
one
y incluso se une a
expert
la visita
in
nuestro canónigo obrero,
security
don Pedro
and
Soldado. A raíz de
hygiene,
ahí se empiezan a ver
and
todas
also we have
las obras en curso y toda la problemática que ha sucedido durante la
well, the
semana.
person in charge of the
Ese es el
interventions
equipo técnico.
themselves. So we
Luego,
carry out
a
an
diario
analysis
contamos con más de
every
40 personas.
day. So later on,
que
we
la
have
mayoría,
40 different
Como en
people
mi caso, yo llevo 30
involved.
años en la casa.
I've been working
pasado ya
in
varias generaciones de
the
canónigos.
Mosque-Cathedral 40 years, so I've had several
bueno,
generations of canons.
Los compañeros que aquí, algunos
And
también llevan muchísimos años.
many of the
El Cabildo
colleagues with
Apostolero
us
hace muchísimo
have
tiempo
also
por el personal
been with
propio,
us for
por
many
lo cual
years. The
nos vamos formando, nos vamos reciclando.
Canonry or
un
chapter
acierto.
decided
¿Por qué?
to have
Somos
its
los que
own
mimamos el
staff,
edificio,
and I think
sabemos dónde
it's
estamos,
the key
porque pasamos allí
foundations
muchísimo
because
tiempo.
we know the
El
building very
personal muy
well.
polivalente.
We
Allí
spend a lot of
solamente-
time
allí
in
tenemos
this
de distintos
building.
perfiles.
There are different
Eléctricos,
profiles. There are
fontaneros,
electricians,
albañiles, carpinteros,
plumbers,
pero el personal está para todo.
carpenters, all
Lo mismo te monta
sorts.
un acto, que
But
viene una
they will
retransmisión
do
de misa,
everything. They are going to
que-
work during the
que hacemos
mass
cualquier tipo de
streaming or help
También
for
existe además
an event or
la
whatever.
televisión de la-
Yes,
del-
there's also
del
the
Cabildo de la
television.
Catedral, cómo retransmite en directo las misas
I
de los
really
domingos
find it
y
very
cantidad y
interesting
multitud de
how
eventos
the
culturales a los que
Sunday
quizás no
masses
se puede
are
acceder por aforo, o porque no se
broadcasted,
entra
and
aquí, se puede ver
then
desde
many
cualquier
other
parte.
events that,
Eso también lo
well,
controláis
you can
vosotros.
enjoy
También
even
tenemos
if you're not in
personal
Córdoba.
que se ha formado
So you're in charge of
en
that,
ese-
right?
en ese
Yes.
perfil. Y-
There are
y
people
yo
who
creo
have
que
trained
el
to be
Cabildo
able
ha
to
apostado
do the
también
broadcasting,
por
and I
unos
really
buenos
believe
equipos.
that the
Tenemos cámaras
canoncy
repartidas más que
or
la casa de Gran Hermano por toda,
the
por todo el
chapter
edificio, con
have
lo cual se hacen buenas retransmisiones y
decided
el
to
personal
do
profesional
high quality
y cada vez más.
broadcasting, and we have
Muy
many
relacionado,
cameras all
imagino,
around the
directamente
place,
relacionado con el equipo de
like in the
seguridad.
Big
Esas
Brother
cámaras no solamente sirven
programs.
No, son diferentes.
no tienen
But
cámaras,
these
no son
cameras,
cámaras de
are
seguridad.
they
Las
the
cámaras de
security
seguridad llevan un
camera? Oh
perfil
no,
y las
nothing
de
to do. The
retransmisión
security
llevan otro.
cameras are of one
Son
type, and the
computadoras, tienen una
broadcasting
revisión.
cameras are different.
Y
Yes,
bueno,
they.
como hemos empezado por aquí,
You can
vamos a
turn them,
continuar
and
con-
yes,
después
different
volvemos,
cameras.
con
Okay, thank you
Laura
very
María
much. I'll come back
Rodríguez,
to
de
you
SADECO.
later now.
¿Cuál es la
Mrs.
relación
Laura
actual de
María
SADECO
Rodríguez
con la
from
Mezquita-Catedral?
SADECO.
¿En qué
What is
medida
the current
interviene
relationship between SADECO and
Antes
the
de
Mosque-Cathedral?
empezar a responder
Well,
lo que me
before
plantea,
I answer your question. I would like to say hello to everyone. Thank you for inviting SADECO to participate in this meeting. And it is a privilege for me to be here in this round table. So I would like to start answering your question. But above all, I'd like to give you some context about what SADECO is and what we do. And that will help us better understand the relationship between SADECO, the chapter, and the Mosque-Cathedral. Well, SADECO is a municipal company with a lot of activities, not only the collection of rubbish. We also clean, so that you understand the scale of what we do, over 3 million square meters of streets and different urban areas. We also work with the service specialized in animal well-being, and they are in charge of the control and prevention of pests. And we are very pioneer in this field, and we work in cooperation with the University of Córdoba here present.
We do a great job in terms of awareness creation. It's always more that you can do, but this is one of our focal points. And we manage all of our waste, all the waste in the city, but we do that based on reuse, recycling, and valorization. And that, in the end, has as a consequence, a positive consequence, that we classify waste up to 55%, which is higher than the national average. And at SADECO, we believe that our work cannot be done without the cooperation of the citizenship. I think the bishop of one of the deans spoke about the cooperation among institutions. In the end, the word cooperation, I believe, is very significant in terms of how we think of work at SADECO, of our work. Institutions with different realms of activity is very important, and the coordination among those fields. Right now, we're working in a project which is called Zero Residue. And it is a project which is based in the management of resources and waste and circular economy. Many times we speak of these terms, we are used to hearing them, but I think doing a summary of these would be interesting if we refer to waste management and circular economy. Waste management is a way, or can act as a strategy for the promotion of green economy, and also translates European directives in that sense. At the national level, there's a series of targets running up to 2030. And what is circular economy? It's an economic concept, but it is closely related with sustainability. The aim is that the value of products should be present in the economy the longest possible. So instead of discarding, rejecting, or throwing away, we are rather focused on recycling, reusing, repairing. So valorization entails turning an element of waste into raw material for for a new project. We're working hand in hand with the canonry of the Cathedral of Córdoba. Miguel is our correspondent for our operational department. And what's the main objective? In the end, we try to get a certificate which qualifies waste treatment at the Mosque-Cathedral. And I believe it is one of the processes which speaks of certification. In the end, it's an accreditation process that, in terms of waste management, certifies the Mosque-Cathedral as an institution which has valorized all waste generated at all levels of activity. So the smallest amount possible ends up in the landfill, the local landfill. So it can be understood as reuse, recycling, or energy assessment. So for the obtention of certificates, we could be speaking of objective intervals. If at the Mosque-Cathedral we are between 60 to 90% of waste, the certificate of being in the way to zero waste could be granted. So, this project is based in, of course, or needs a specific traceability of the management of resources from start to end. And at this stage in the process, this is the one we are at right now. We're at an initial stage, and we are now collecting the information provided by Miguel, especially on pruning waste, rubble from works, or the maintenance of utilities, and we are identifying them with LER codes, which are taken from the European list of waste elements. And once we have the inventory, we would start with a certification process, or we can start with a certification process. In order for that certificate to be obtained, there's a need for an audit to take place, and those targets should be maintained for more than 6 months, and yearly monitoring or audit takes place. Now we would like to go on to the perspective of Ángel from the University of Córdoba, which are the possibilities open for the Mosque-Cathedral to keep nature alive at the yard, at the Orange Yard. Well, thanks very much for having invited me to this panel session. It is a pleasure for me to share this session with my colleagues. The Orange Yard deserves a full day of conferences. I may tell you many things that are not usually told. The Orange Yard we can speak about guys later on, but the Orange Yard is an example of sustainability since it was created. The whole environment has been kept that way for many centuries, and it doesn't seem it's going to change too much in terms of the inert side, but the living side has changed a lot. It's subject to a strong dynamics, and it was always a space for sustainability. The architecture of the yard as of today is relatively modern. It's about 300, 350 years. It's not older than that. Its history cannot be dated back as a whole earlier than that. The Orange Yard is also an example of change in uses. This is what the ablution yard or the garden, those gardens were also orchards in medieval times, something which was, it is being, a concept which is being recovered now. The yard, I think, it's got 96 oranges, some 12 palm trees, 11 cypresses, one olive tree, which is 283 years old, from a very local variety. It was designated as an alcal, and also the orange yard has been changing, because at the beginning the vegetable architecture, the plant architecture must have been different. If you look into the literature, the Mozart bishop, Resimundo, on the 10th century described some very interesting varieties of trees which are bound to be present in the yard. There were some pomegranate trees, local varieties. There's almost no doubt about that. And it's possible that there were more palm trees, so it's been changing. It's subject to dynamism of its own, and it was also always an example of sustainability. All throughout history, any modification could have been introduced. For example, it could have been shrunk in order to enlarge the monument, but that was just the case. And apart from that plant architecture, the type of materials inside are an example of sustainability. The cobblestone floor can be interpreted in historic terms. It's not just a couple of cobbles or stones. There are different materials, and the fact that the monument is built with sandstone, people can say, well, it's a proximity product, because the original quarries are not that far away. But there are examples in large Egyptian monuments, for example, that of enormous, incredible, titanic movements of materials. For example, those wonderful pine beams are coming from pine forests, either from Malaga or from Jaén. And they are trees which have been used in large structures in buildings in Andalusia. And with regards to water, all those canals, those brick canals, are an example of rational management of water. And all those elements are present in the monument, have been present in the monument all throughout the history of the monument, even if they have been changing. For some people, they say that this is the oldest open garden in Europe. So it's an incredible jewel, which is perhaps hidden behind the fame of the monument itself. So visitors should know that they're entering an incredible and unique space. And even if subject to a certain dynamics, its essence, its soul, is still the same. So the yard is up to the expectations of the monument as a whole. Yeah, of course, is up to the level of the monument. Maybe we can speak about guides later on, but Miguel, it's a bit of a long question, but maybe you can summarize it. What are the measures in place on circular economy at the monument, waste management, the efficient use of water and energy? Can you highlight some specific actions that are already in place or are about to be implemented? Well, there's a lot to be said about that, the contents of that question. I've got some pictures here. The canonry for a long time has been recycling. Every time we work on roofs, on the roofing and the ceilings, you may see there that most of the beams can be reused. The rotten parts can be taken away, and the canonry is got a depot where all material is classified in order for it to be reused. With regards to the tiles, you may see recovered or reused tiles which can be placed again. So we're talking about tiles being used right at the same building. And that cover, that ceiling is from the north and south valleys. Most of the beams were reused because the longer ones could be used in the shorter, beams. And of course, the British Ministry of Heritage forces us on to do that. We use plaster, lead, clay tiles, so we use the same type of material. So every 5 years, all the beams are re-injected against termites. They've got specific injection valves, and building a whole roof is more expensive than doing maintenance. And it is true that there's a special company, and because of the chemicals being applied, it should be certified for the application of that type of treatment. And in terms of electrification, you may see there, you see the reels there. Any new work in terms of the electrical structure entails working with hundreds of meters of cable. You could see in former times wires everywhere on top of the ceilings and the roofs. That's no longer the case. They are protected now. On the roofs, we still have wiring which belongs to the municipality, and there's an agreement on the future replacement of all the lighting, the outer lighting, the exterior lighting. And in terms of the lights, most of them is made up of LED lamps or low consumption bulbs. Well, there was a project for solar panels, so a certain energy community could be put in place. Well, it is true that we are working now on this side because a study was done, and in terms of how it could work. We're not sure if, in terms of distance, we could be linking up these, because, of course, we cannot place the panels on the roof, but we could make a contribution of our own if in a 2-kilometer radius we could finance a solar plant. The current regulation establishes a 2-kilometer limit. But there's a lot which can be said about that. Okay, also, you've got a nebulization and spraying system of the roofing. No, it's not just in place. There's also something having to do with the water deposits. The canonry, I don't know if it's in the slide before. It's from our friend Angel. Well, that roofing is from the area of the choir. It's almost impossible to gain access to that area. So for many years, we have been thinking of a nebulization system. The problem is that the cathedral is very large, but there are no true spaces. We're all the time working on new chapels, so everything can be visited, and spaces where to place things. We haven't got many. For nebulization, the water deposit, the water tanks we should have put in place made it almost impossible. We were thinking of the area of the underground cistern,
En la sala de
that's
bombas, no dentro del aljibe.
other pumping station, because inside
Pero sí donde estaba la sala de
the
motores.
cistern, there's a project for it to be recovered as a water tank, but it's not yet in place. Well, I'm just concerned about time, because I may tell you a lot about that. Well,
Son imágenes muy significativas
these are
porque
significant
esto lo han podido ver muy
images
poquita
because
gente.
only a few people have been able to
El
see
aljibe
this.
está
Well, the cistern,
el aljibe está junto a
the
la
cistern
fuente del
is side by side the
Tenemos 9
cinnamon
habitaciones ahí, se
cinnamon
entra por
tree.
la calle principal.
You can enter from the outside, and it's about 14
4,70
by 5 meters and 4 meters height.
¿De qué época estamos hablando?
What's
de
the
960
the
aproximadamente.
time when this system was built? We're talking about 960,
Tiene
more or
una
less.
superficie de
And
unos 700 metros cúbicos de agua.
It can hold some 700 cubic meters of water. That would be wonderful. Using it, that would be wonderful. But now we want to use the pumping station room, the pumping room,
Para cubierta.
and we would place the engine there for pumping the water up to the roofing. It's of course a future project, a future design. The first stage would cover the choir roofs, and it would be open to expansions. It's a very ambitious project. It would take envisage the action of different actors, but it's being studied. Well, Laura, the second question we have prepared for you.
¿Qué aspectos contempla ese plan de sostenibilidad y reciclaje
Which are
que SADECO está desarrollando?
the sustainability elements being developed by SADECO with regards to monuments, which would be the improvements you're working with Canary in terms of sustainability. Of course, its immediate environment and the vicinity have got to be taken into account. And in that sense, SADECO is working around different horizons in the short to mid-term and a bit of a longer term. So the project I'm going to be talking about, we will be looking into it during the next few months. So it's a project on mobile islands of trash containers. So the idea is to place different containers in specific spots in the old district, replace the older ones. And I'm referring to mobile spots because, in fact, we're talking about platforms with 4 different bins on top, and these bins will be replaced and picked up and placed back by SADECO according to the local regulations. So our vehicles, our lorries, would be running through the streets of the old districts by 7 p.m. or so. In order to close this circle, it's important to highlight that these removal and replacement is being done with 5 electrically powered small tracks with a trailer. So the CO2 footprint is kept to a minimum. I don't know if you've been able to visit the Compañía Square, which has been used as a pilot environment. So we're thinking of expanding this model to about 11 additional spots in our historic district. And that would mean a contribution in terms of freeing about 50 and 40% of of public space in those areas. So visitors will and citizens themselves will find more enjoyable spaces, and the access to commerce, to shops and restaurants will be made easier. Every day, the environment surrounding those beans is going to be clean, and the issue of using electrical vehicles means that noise would be reduced to a minimum. So right now, in the environment of the Mosque-Cathedral, the shops and restaurants, and they put the beans outside only at a certain time in the day, isn't it? Yeah, many of the restaurants and hospitality sector shops have got beans which have been provided by us. And at a certain time, they take the beans out, and also regular citizens, owners of private homes, can use those containers, and that way we are making it easier for those areas to be clean and project a cleaner image. And we've got to count on that, but it is limited. The visual impact is limited. Well, you spoke before about other resources. And getting to know it, maybe there's a way, and things make progress. And, you know, in other historic cities, it is one of the problems that of dealing with heritage and disguising containers, or so in some cities they have set up underground containers, but these are quite different initiative, because you're taking away from site, removing from site all the beans. Well, you know, the thing is that there's a strong involvement not just of the owners of businesses, but also the citizens and neighbors. They are going to be benefiting from these measures. And with regards the shops, we're talking about some 2,600 businesses. And there's also a room, I think, at the Faculty of Arts, which is nearby. Yeah. They leased a space for us to keep some beans and a kind of a cloakroom there. Well, yeah, we are aware that municipalities, a series of municipalities were invited by the city of Córdoba to see the system, and it's a system which has been praised by many. Also, we may speak now with Ángel. There's a question for guides, but well, in your experience, how the yard of the oranges could promote, could be helped to promote the preservation of biodiversity? Well, many things can be done. I was saying before that the dynamics of that's what's inert is different to that what's living. So people working in preservation in the yard, they have not an easy work. The role of the yard, well, the role of the people preserving the yard, the first thing would be to preserve it. It's been space which could be identified the same way for about 1,000 years. As teachers do, I've been taking notes during the rest of the panel sessions, so I could do my homework. And it is true that at the Yard of Oranges, I think people should be able to understand its relationship with its environment. There's a very close space to it, which is the riverine forest, the Sotos de la Albulafia, close to the old bridge. And people do not know the interaction between that. In the 70s, there was no riverine forest there. I've got pictures from that time. My father took them, so they are not taken from the internet. But from the 70s, these forests in the river, these small bush and trees, groups of trees have been born and grown. And there's a close relationship between that area and the yard. There's an interaction of migratory birds, and the role of the yard in itself is that of acting as an island of biodiversity in the old district. There were no gardens, but very small yards in private homes before. There are tools right now, automated tools, which are easy to obtain and made available, serious tools which have increased their accuracy with time, and those tools could be used by the country in order to look into the carbon sequestration made by the trees in the yard. Some of those trees are very old, some of them not that old, some just because of the dimension of the trunk, you can see that they are very old. Of course, as they died away, they were replaced, and you could do an assessment of carbon sequestration both in terms of the ground of the trees. So it's a relatively small space, small garden, which hasn't got a flat surface of tightly closed slabs, which is what modern architecture is offering as disguising as a garden, and this is not the case. It's a place with an open ground, a ground which perspires, and guides might help in that sense in terms of acting as interpreters of the natural environment. In 2016, the municipality developed an initiative in terms of doing analysis of the environment of the city of Córdoba. The person who got in contact with me, I think was the manager of the urban planning manager of the municipality of Córdoba for the old district. And we were talking about the possibility of doing training courses of the natural environment. And the thing is that guides are not very much trained in the understanding of the natural environment. It is not because they did not want, but maybe there was not a possibility for them to get trained on that. And the environment, the natural environment of the old district is spectacular. The San Rafael's Bridge, the vegetable, the plant life by the river, the old mills, that percourse along the different dams, the old dams, channeling the water to the mills. So those are important spaces in the life of the river. I think an agreement has been ratified between the university and the municipality, so the mills of San Antonio and Martos are recovered. Yeah. There was a seminar designed by Cor on the river, the area of the bush in the river. The living part in the river many people do not know that they are protected of the RENPA, the Andalusian Network of Protected Spaces. So it's a form, an item, a legal item of protection for natural spaces. So they are a biotic natural monument, that is, together with the species, it hosts some 120, 130, 140 different types of species have used the area. So from the point of view of diversity, it's a very important place. And it's got to do a close relationship with the Orange Yard. They're just 150 meters apart. So talking about an area which also included in the World Heritage area. So no one has got a natural monument right by the historic district with such richness. No one can enjoy that. No city can enjoy that.
At the past, there was just the river and the orange tree yard. But then, after the 70s, there were a series of catastrophic coincidences. The SOTOS was generated in relation to those two spots. We don't have much time. I don't know if you can see the timer, but we only have 3.5 minutes left. Well, coming back to the guides. Well, I know a guide who tells me that he explains all of this every single day, and perhaps this is important, you know, and these trainings not only about the inside of the building, but also about the orange tree yard. And I think we should all have access to this training. I hear many guides telling the stories of precisely this area because I spent, you know, I wander around this area and no one has explained the reason that there was a poisoning in the 70s in that river. This is why the SOTOS was created. One of the causes was that the river was poisoned, and not many people know that, and the guides don't know that. So this is why this is catastrophic bad news. So I really think that the canonry, the city council, and we should all collaborate so that we can have a training for guides so that they are trained and they have this information about explaining what happens, because the visitors come and they don't understand what's going on. It's difficult because it's a lot of pressure. We always have a limited time and we cannot explain many things. It's just 1 hour. If we can also, we don't always have the time to explain the importance of the yard, but it's important that guides should have this information just in case they do have time with some of the groups. And another island is going to be recovered in the area where we have the public library. Those gardens, this green island is going to be recovered too. I have another question. When we were talking, Miguel mentioned this bank of materials and the recovery of tiles and so on. There is a question that is very important here. What is the importance of traditional craftsmanship for the preservation of the Mosque-Cathedral, and that is also the case for many other World Heritage cities? Well, yes, that's true. We are very lucky. We do have, you know, specialized staff. The Mosque-Cathedral has its own staff, and this means that the new generations are trained with the specific materials, techniques, and everything. So any other worker who arrives to our building, in spite of their previous training, if they don't know the Mosque-Cathedral, they feel lost because they have to learn the techniques we use with our tiles. Otherwise, they're completely surprised. So it is continuous training that is required. This is also, of course, in other cities where there is a lack of craftsmen for the stone, for the glass, and things like that. I don't know if you've seen that in the yard. We see the cobblestones, and we have, very specialized stuff for cobblestone. Well, our time is over, as we can see in the timer. Thank you very much for your information. But this is great because we will give now time to the next round table. So thank you very much. And now,
sin pausa la siguiente mesa, la
we're
número
going to
4,
continue with the
que
fourth
tratará sobre
round
la
table
prosperidad para la ciudad.
on the prosperity for the
Para ello
city.
invito a subir a don
And I
Bosco
would like to
Fuentes
invite
Garrido,
Mr. Bosco Fuentes
responsable del
Garrido,
Departamento de Economía y
Head of
Finanzas de la
Economics and
Mezquita-Catedral,
Finance of the
doña Antonia
Mosque-Cathedral, Mrs.
Alcántara Luque,
Antonia Alcántara
presidenta de la
Luque,
Comisión de Turismo y
President of
Cultura
the
de
Seco
la
Tourism and
Confederación de
Culture
Empresarios
Commission
y directora de Jamán al-Ándalus,
of the
y
Confederation
a
of
Jesús Tudela Nieves,
Businessmen, and
responsable del
Mr.
Departamento de
Jesus
Administración
Tudela
de
Nieves,
la
Head of
Mezquita-Catedral.
the
Yo creo que el
Administration of the
lujo que tenemos,
Mosque-Cathedral.
los que estamos aquí, los que nos están
It
siguiendo
is extraordinary. This is
por
a
YouTube,
true
de poder
honor
escuchar
and privilege
directamente de
to
los
be able
responsables, sentaros, por
to
favor,
listen
directamente de los
the
responsables de los distintos
heads of
departamentos
the
de
different
la
departments
Mezquita-Catedral,
of
de
the
este
Mosque-Cathedral
conjunto
to tell us
monumental,
about
que parece que no, pero es
their
muy complicado de gestionar
This
y
is a
además gestionar
very
sosteniblemente, como
difficult
estamos intentando
place to manage in
demostrar
a
con estas
sustainable way.
conversaciones desde los
And this is
distintos
what we're trying to
aspectos.
prove,
Esta
that
conversación,
we
esta
apply
mesa,
sustainability to the
que
different,
va a ir dirigida sobre
in the different
conversaciones
dimensions.
sobre la gestión
So
ética,
this
buen gobierno
roundtable
y
will be on
transparencia.
conversations on ethical management, good
Así que sin
governance
más,
and
tenemos
transparency.
el cronómetro ya en
So
marcha,
now
de presión.
the timer is
Vamos
already
a
on,
comenzar con Bosco.
so we're going to start with Mr.
Buenos días.
Bosco, in spite of the pressure.
¿De qué manera contribuye la
So
actividad
what
de la
is the
Mezquita-Catedral a la
contribution
prosperidad de la
of
ciudad y de
the
la provincia?
activity of the Mosque-Cathedral to the prosperity of the city and the province? Well, I believe that the Mosque-Cathedral has a clear influence in Córdoba's economy, but I suppose you have invited me to give you some additional information. So, of course, I suppose this was not as enough, that I should give you more details. So I've looked up a report on the economic impact on the economy of Córdoba in 2017 by the University of Loyola. So, well, this already dates back, and this is why I've contacted the Department of Analytical Economics of the University of Loyola to try and update this data and see the impact of the Mosque-Cathedral on the economy of Córdoba. So our impact is very high. The Mosque-Cathedral represents over 500 million euros in the economy of Córdoba per year, right? Yes, per year. So this represents over 2% of the GDP of the province, not the capital city of Córdoba. And it also represents an impact on people in terms of over 1,000 jobs that are generated by the Mosque-Cathedral in a direct and indirect way. And this is very important. Specifically, in terms of the field of, in terms of jobs, there are 49 workers. As members of the staff of the chapter of the cathedral. And I've also discovered in the preparation for this meeting that sustainability also has a facet that is related to people and the staff of the canonry or chapter of the cathedral. And in this sense, I must say that the staff are very well treated. And why am I saying this? Change rate in the canonry is close to zero. the turnover in the staff is close to zero. So this means that workers feel great at their jobs.
Pero no se queda ahí, hombre, ya que la tienen los trabajadores, vamos a facilitársela a un familiar. Venga, pues 2 tarjetas de salud. El Cabildo Catedral, como
The
entidad
workers and their
católica
family
que
members. Also, it is a Catholic entity. So we celebrate the birth and life of Jesus Christ, and this means that we celebrate this with the staff at Christmas and Easter time. There is an insurance against accidents, there's subsidies for the school years of the children of the staff. So I've been getting information on this, and this is why the canonry will contribute to sustainability and the economy. Yes, I heard about this report from 2017, and it is very impressive what, this impact in terms of the economy, but also all the indirect impact it has in many different fields, not only tourism, but it does reach many varied sectors and businesses that are not directly related to tourism. There are over 60 direct suppliers who are working with us. And then maintenance, of course. So carpenters and the materials they require, for example, all this is generating wealth. And yes, and all this is reinvested, of course. There was also in the study information about how those resources that were generated were actually reinvested in other activities and businesses. Okay, now I have another question for Toñi. What does this mean for you as the representative of the Culture and Tourism Commission of CECO, this topic of sustainability? Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much. I love to hear what you said about the staff. Yes, it's great. I really appreciate that you're sharing this with us. We've already talked a lot about tourism, and I might be repeating some of the things that have been said, and I think the positive aspect of this is that it shows that we are all aligned. I would define sustainable management of tourism as the management that tries to find a balance between the needs of the tourist, the local community, and the environment, making sure that natural and cultural resources are preserved and will be improved for future generations. This means that planning and management should be perfect for all tourist activities. We've earlier referred to 5 different pillars, and for me these are 5 fundamental axes. And there are many more, of course, if we want to discuss about sustainable tourism management. There are many things that can be considered, but for me, the 5 axes would be to minimize the environmental impact, reducing the ecological print of tourism in terms of good practices for water energy consumption, and also the waste management and so on. Also to benefit the local community. This is another of the axes. We need to make sure that tourism will be generating social and economic benefits for the community and that it will be supporting local economy. The natural and cultural heritage, and this was mentioned by Carmen Chacón and María Ángeles Jordano earlier. Well, the preservation of those cultural and natural elements of heritage is key. And Canonry is working in the field of sustainability. And this shows that we are preserving our heritage for many years. And then those who come to visit us will also protect and preserve the environment around it. So we need to, the satisfaction of visitors means that we should offer quality experiences that will be authentic and educational. And also, as Carmen mentioned, the regulation is very important to have a way of using legislation to control the growth of tourism. And, well, I'd like to say something because many people say that businesses who work in the tourist sector want to attract great numbers of tourists, and that's the only goal we have, but that's not true. We want to have a regularization of tourists. We don't want to have massive tourism, but have flows of tourists, and I think sustainability can be very useful in this sense, and also in order to guarantee quality, because sometimes we have the impression that businesses are, all they want is growing numbers of tourists, but nevertheless, never mind the price, and that's not the case. That's not true. We've had meetings in FECO and also today here in this meeting. This allows us to have discussions that guarantee our collaboration and shared management. And this is very important. We need to be united. Yes, thank you very much. Your comments were very relevant. And they represent what we do. What are the digital solutions or technological tools could you highlight among those that have been incorporated to promote innovation in the Mosque-Cathedral? Well, thank you very much for your question, and hello everyone. Some colleagues have been talking about their previous experience. In my case, I've got an experience of 31 years and 9 days in the Mosque-Cathedral. I when Mr. Ignacio was in the canonry, and I am having witness to everything that has been done in the canonry for these last 3 decades. I've shared responsibilities with one of the previous experts, and yes, we've been, for example, working in the system for booking and ticket sales. 5 years ago, in 2019, just before COVID, we implemented the current ticket sales company. We hired one of the best companies for this. They have been a great technological alliance for us, and they have been managing our tickets for 10 years now, and this means that 70% of the visitors that come to visit us
le ahorra papel el tener que traer ese ticket impreso, que es lo que el Cabildo Catedral de Córdoba, y creo que es un elemento muy sostenible. Evidentemente le ahorra un 60% de imprimir tickets, de consumibles, de hardware, de máquinas, de todo lo necesario, de personal, de electricidad, de
saving in everything, staff, energy, paper, and so on.
Muy significativo.
60% of the visitors who have bought their ticket in advance through the new system.
Para la gestión y coordinación.
Also the digital tools for management and coordination.
Esta plataforma, el uso de esta plataforma de reserva y venta de tickets, nuestras herramientas digitales, pues ya llevamos 10 años. Aunque quede feo hacer publicidad, que ya la ha hecho de Gloria, lo hago ahora de Google. Hace 10 años que el Cabildo Catedral ya manejaba Google Apps y bueno, y lo manejaba y a la actualidad el Google Maps ha evolucionado a un Google Workspace, que es una aplicación que nos da una utilidad a la hora de coordinarnos y de gestionarnos. Es una plataforma con una capacidad de nivel empresarial, no es el web, el Gmail, lo conocemos todo el mundo maneja correo, ¿no? Y maneja el calendar y maneja
application,
etcétera, ¿no? Pero esta suite a nosotros nos incluye correo electrónico, que es el medio de comunicación interna y externa, nos corre un almacenamiento en la nube de uso ilimitado por esta contratación que tenemos a nivel empresarial. Eso es una pasada, porque eso realmente todo el mundo estamos conectados, nuestra documentación es compartida según qué nivel de seguridad, evidentemente, y protocolos a quién compartir y no compartir, ¿no? Pero además de esta herramienta de correo electrónico, almacenamiento, el streaming, que hemos hablado ya hace un momento, el Cabildo se ha abierto a la sociedad, el streaming, que es otro producto de esta empresa, pues emitimos todas nuestras celebraciones litúrgicas de domingo, las más solemnes y las más importantes, todas las actividades culturales, salvo algunas que por derechos de autor no nos permite hacerlo, tenemos, las emitimos en directo, bueno, y es una accesibilidad abierto. Ya hablábamos antes que te estaban escribiendo desde fuera de España, ¿no? Abierto a todo el mundo, ¿no? Y además que nos siguen.
Rights protection, intellectual rights protection that doesn't allow us to broadcast it. And then there are many people who watch us from different parts of the city, because they've been listening to the Mass.
Creo que es el alma mater de la coordinación dentro del Cabildo Catedral de Córdoba y lo utilizamos de esta manera. Todos los responsables tenemos acceso, bueno, todos los responsables y nuestros capitulares, todos los que tienen necesidad de tener, tienen acceso al calendario donde especifica claramente qué actividad, qué día están alimentados. Tal día hay hacías antes mención al concierto de música clásica que por motivo de la ciudad de patrimonio tuvimos hace no tanto. Bueno, pues ahí tienen el acceso. Hemos recibido una carta, ahí está la carta al Cabildo contestado, ahí tiene la contestación, el programa, todo alimentado en los calendars, ¿no? Y los sitios web, bueno, pues se están poniendo ahora más de moda, por decirlo de alguna manera, porque se está implementando ya a nivel interno. Hemos aprendido a hacer pequeñas páginas web, ¿no? Que lo que realmente es, bueno, pues coordinación interna de cara al Cabildo, las reuniones de Cabildo, de las comisiones del Cabildo, etcétera, ¿no? Hay otro software que es propiedad exclusivamente del Cabildo Catedral de Córdoba, que es un software de gestión de personal, donde, bueno, la actividad principal es darnos a conocer toda la organización, podemos conocer desde un canónigo que venga nuevo, otro que haya estado un tiempo fuera, oye, quién es tal vigilante, tal, por nombre,
canons who arrive,
evidentemente sujeto
the new ones,
de
or
datos, todo muy, ¿no? Que es un programa que nos hizo una empresa de
this internal software that was
y es otro software
prepared
que nos
for
ayuda,
us,
bueno, pues en este caso nos ayuda
especially,
mucho a la
and this helps
planificación
us
y a la
very much
sincronización entre todas
to
las
get
partes,
to know
otro
each other
método
and also
de
to
comunicación
plan our
interna
work.
que tiene
Another
Después
also
tenemos el sitio web,
means of
que se
internal
regular,
communication that we
por lo que
have.
he dicho
We
antes
also have a
del streaming, bueno,
website.
pues el sitio web que lo gestiona nuestro departamento
This
de
is
comunicación,
managed by
con
our
mi compañero
communication
don
department
Jurado al
with
frente,
Mr.
José
Agustín
Juan
Jurado,
nuestro capitular
and
como canónigo responsable, donde se gestionan toda la página web, las redes sociales.
canon in
Es
charge
una verdadera
with them,
maravilla. Ahí
and we
volvemos
also
al streaming,
have
a las retransmisiones en directo de cualquier
social media
de cualquier
with a
apartado.
lot of
Bueno, y está
streaming
evolucionando
for
nuestra
the
forma de
different
contactar
activities
con
we
el
carry
público
out, and this has
y
improved the
dándole
way
un
we
acceso
contact.
mucho más amplio y mucho más
We have
sostenible
contacts
a
with
toda
the
y para
public
terminar, que se me
and
va,
with
se
a
me va
more
el tiempo,
accessible and
nuevas tecnologías
affordable
implementadas,
way.
bueno, tenemos apps,
We also
tenemos
have
tenemos radioguías,
apps,
todo esto son
audio
sistemas
guides,
que
radio
están en
guides, all these
evolución
systems are
constante, más lo
constantly
que se está
evolving,
preparando. Antes
and
hablabais
also
del
we are
centro de
preparing
recepción de
new things
visitantes.
like the
No
visitor
quiero adelantar
center.
porque es un
I
proyecto,
don't
pero
want to
se van a crear una serie de
give too much
de
information
productos
about this,
novedosos
but
que
in
ya
any
adelanto
case,
que
new
serán muy
products will
interesantes y va a ser un
be
impacto al CRV
shared
que está
thanks
terminando
through
el Cabildo,
this
que está a un
center.
año vista de su apertura. El CRV es una
This
inversión
visitor
millonaria
center
que hace el
is
Cabildo Catedral de Córdoba
an
en
investment
pro
of several million
de la
euros
ciudad. No es un CRV2,
by
será un centro de bienvenida, vamos a llamarlo de otra manera, un centro de bienvenida, de interpretación,
chapter
insisto,
and
el
canonry.
proyecto es público, lo habéis podido ver
And this is a
en medios de
gift
comunicación,
to the city.
y será, insisto, una inversión
This is
millonaria del Cabildo
welcome,
Catedral de
a
Córdoba,
center
que nos va a
that
dejar
will
una
welcome
esquina, un
the
nuevo
visitors. This is a great investment that is going to be a heritage center, and if everything goes well, it will be soon operating in less than 1 year time. And this is a summary to show the things we do in favor of accessibility and sustainability. Yes, also there's the website and the transparency portal where you can have access to all the different documents. Yes, I encourage everyone to visit because there is a lot of information there. Do you have the numbers of the users or visitors? I don't have that data. Agustin is in charge of that. He should be the one talking here. No, he's not paying attention, but we can ask him. He's the one who's in charge. Well, you couldn't bring more than that. Well, he's the head of communication, so we can also ask him whenever we want. So now let us start a second round of questions. What is in the information available in the portal on transparency of the Mosque-Cathedral? This portal has 3 main documents. The yearly report, where you have a snapshot of the activity carried out by the Cathedral chapter in the different departments. So the mass activity, also events that might be held, also information on security, the archive, the music, maintenance, everything that we've seen this morning. So that information is available on that portal. And the yearly report includes the information that is related to that specific year. Then we also have a document with the different agreements signed with different entities, going from the regional government, the city council, the foundations, like the Bangasur Foundation also, or the Green Door parishes, the Green Door for the Guadalquivir River, brotherhood associations, and so on. So all those agreements will be included in that document. And then in the portal on transparency, you will find our accounts audited by Deloitte, and there you can have information of the origin of our resources and also the destination of those resources. So every cent that we obtain and what it is, where it is invested. So we have about 20% in terms of charity, 12–13% of our income is allocated to security. For Prosegur, we are a very important client, probably the most important one in Andalusia. So each figure, this is the cold figure, but it represents a lot. The reserve fund that is managed by the chapter, this is something I want you to know that is very important for us. It is socially responsible. This is a fund that is socially responsible, where we make sure that all its assets will be protected, avoiding investing in, for example, weapons or products that might be against the right to life. So that investment fund is aligned with the Church's doctrine. So we're very careful with how we manage this fund.
Tony mentioned that her company has got a lot to boast about because they've included a sustainability plan in their activity. To which extent do you believe that your reputation has been improved, and which are the benefits experienced in terms of prestige? Well, Ham and Al-Andalus has got different sites, not just in Córdoba. How big is your company in terms of staff of the whole? Some 400, 380 or so. The company is dedicated to caring for people, relaxation, well-being, so we take good care of our travelers, our visitors. We like to refer to them as travelers. So if we take care of people, we should be bound to caring about the environment. So our narrative would make no sense if we did not take our environment into account. So we started designing our sustainability plan. It took us many years to count on the report, etc. And I was talking about these with a friend during coffee before. Everyone is very much aware, but not everyone is convinced. So it looks as if that was the case, but it is not in the end. And in terms of the business perspective, it takes some time. It was not easy for me as a manager. It was difficult for me to start a sustainability plan, but because of the resources you need, the investments you've got to do, the time needed, but in the end, you see that it benefits the company. And which are the benefits for the company? First, in terms of prestige, we are more competitive right now. This shouldn't be the case, not just being competitive because we count on our sustainability plan. So our clients are more loyal. I cannot tell you that we have increased our sales since we have a sustainability plan, because that's not the case. We've got more clients, and our clients are more committed. Yeah, that's true. And maybe happier workers, yeah. In terms of your own doings, you attract committed people as workers. Also, you can keep your staff for longer, and a better working environment is created because we involve workers very much. They ask many questions in terms of innovation. So that team is created at the internal level. Also in terms of branding and in terms of marketing activities, you can make use of a very different contents. If in your annual report you can draw a lot of information that you can tell, you've got to speak about what you're doing, of course. So if we are doing things well, we should be very, very transparent. You send, for example, emails to your clients. If you're coming by Christmas, you will be enjoying 20% of discount. So instead of just telling that, we can speak about the Haman Forest, a project we started in Granada. Let's see if I'm trying to be able to push that also in Córdoba. So we are creating a forest. We started a community. We involve our providers, our clients. We do days of coexistence. We're planting a forest, in fact, so they can look into our messages and see, well, this is wonderful what they are doing. You open your messages and then you see the message, the narrative we've doing now. So there are many benefits to a sustainability plan right now, and also, of course, there's the financial side. You reduce consumption. So it is not just the time, resources used up, but you do savings. You do some savings. There are many things you can measure now. I can go on. Well, everything you say is right positive. Yeah, I just looked into the clock and said, well, I can go on. I can go on. It's very interesting that you can see different companies. Maybe some companies are wondering whether they can do that effort and count on that sustainability plan and look into the results in terms of prestige, visibility, client satisfaction, commitment by the workers. So you mentioned very many positive things. Well, I've got many different questions. Some of them are from the panel session before, but I am transferring them to this panel session. Jesus, would you please tell us about the cooperation between the canonry and public and private institutions?
Well,
in this case,
Mezquita-Catedral con instituciones quizás no que esté mal formulada, yo diría que es el Cabildo Catedral de Córdoba.
The question is not the mosque itself, but the canonry there, the canonry of the cathedral. And we maintain a very active cooperation with private and public institutions and the civil society community. We're talking about companies, groups of people, the university, and the canonry is acting on three main axes. And these three main axes well, I've got to mention a visit of our bishop to the Pope, and the Pope suggested 3 C's in Spanish: culture and quality, and maybe conservation could be added on top. So, before going on to the next point, how the canonry is developing this cooperation, we may mention many different agreements, for example, in terms of the promotion of community activities. Many associations are cooperating with the canonry. And the cooperation with public institutions and academic institutions, well, I may tell you that, for example, the dialogue with public institutions is constant. The conversations with the Regional Ministry of Culture and the Department of Culture of the municipality, well, some of our experts pick up the phone and speak with their correspondents in the institutions every day. So there's a sustainable form of cooperation. And also, for example, the large projects that have already been described, you need constant dialogue with institutions for them to be implemented. So you're subject to sustainability in terms of cost saving, digital input, etc. So you've got to dialogue every day in academic terms. The canonry promotes the access to the monument through agreements with the university and schools. The training of many students is stemming from those agreements. For example, in terms of archaeology, students of archaeology benefit from these agreements. And we work not just with the local university, but also with the other universities in Andalusia in the training of professionals. And also, we offer all students in the world that have a reduced ticket, and all Andalusians and all schools have free access to the monument. So at any age, people can enjoy the visit. And also, yearly seminars are carried out in terms of the preservation of monuments. For example, during the 27th and 28th of this month, together with the Cathedral of Pisa, has organized the second part of an international conference at which most cathedrals in Europe are going to be represented. It's going to be a very interesting event. So I would encourage you all to be present here. So we'll be going to be talking on the subject of European cathedrals. We've ratified agreements with the regional government since 1991. And these, of course, has an influence in the arrangement of tourist visits. Then there are other kinds of agreements with, for example, the local business association, agreements with the regional government and the municipality on other spheres. There's commission in charge of the follow-up of all these agreements. And I said I was going to mention some universities, for example, the Complutense University of Madrid, University of Seville, the University of Malaga. Also, we have agreements with private associations. We have agreements with private sponsors for cultural activities. The canonry always welcomes activities aligned with the human values of the Catholic Church. And this is materialized around agreements, bilateral agreements. In terms of international cooperation, there's a commission. The canonry is a collegiate body, and some 17 canons are right now active, and this is coordinated through commissions. There's the social commission, the cultural commission, security, etc. And in terms of the social or charity activities, there are agreements with very many different associations. Maybe with some associations there's not a ratified agreement, but there are commitments of honor with them. So we're open to study new agreements. We have, for example, been proposed improvements for people with a disability. It's quite an accessible building for the visit of people with problems of disability, but we're still open to new improvements. And in terms of our work with charities, it is true that the canonry realized that it had to publicize its charitable side. Even if in the gospel you may read that your right hand should not know what the left hand is doing, in the end we still see that we are perhaps not being so communicative in terms of the works for the community being done by the canonry. A big chunk of the annual budget is dedicated to charity activities, charitable activities, and also at the international level, international cooperation. For example, we are present in Asia, Africa, South America, and Europe. For example, with Manos Unidas, we have developed beautiful projects in India, in Bangassou, in Southern Africa. We have financed the building of a church in a place in Bangassou, a strategic area where people were in need of spiritual support, and of course in South America, in Riobamba, in Uruguay. We are present in many places. And how are these forms of cooperation managed? The agreements. In terms of frequency, some of those projects which are in the budgets and for years, very important institutions are present. And I know that some of the local institutions, without the support of the country, could not deploy much of their activity. And then, of course, there's a series of yearly agreements which are evaluated every year. Well, I think it's being a very detailed explanation. I may say with my own words that any time the municipality needed support by the country in terms of, for example, providing access to an official or guest of the municipality, the country always made it possible for us, or helped us doing the arrangements needed. Well, we're all involved in many different things, and of course we fulfill with all the directives by the UNESCO. Our president explained that at the start of his talk. For some time we were not that close, but we never closed the channel, and in a very short time the relationship with UNESCO has improved a lot. I don't know if I can say that we are about to become members of the ICOMOS, and it's more oriented towards public institutions, but also private institutions have got a place of their own. And we're right now working very closely with the ICOMOS. Not so long ago, Juan Carlos Molina was with us, and we showed him all the works ongoing. We showed him the monument. We listened to his remarks. We expect to enjoy a very fluent cooperation in the future. Yeah, I attended 2 or 3 assemblies of the ICOMOS, but at those assemblies we could defend culture, and in the end, yeah, that's why they are out there. Yesterday, Victor Fernandez Salinas was back in Córdoba, a chair of human geography, who's present our projects. Juan Carlos Molina was also with Jordi Cesera. So the municipality of Córdoba has always held a fluent relationship with the ICOMOS. But of course, finding the grounds for dialogue is always the way to go ahead. Well, even if most of the questions were coming from tourist guides and colleagues in the trade, there's another question that I think would be the time to ask. Angel told us that we do not explain very well nature, but there's a question I want to show. So some of the questions I asked Angel Laura before, so for example, this is one of our colleagues. Why is Angel Laura thinking that not a good understanding is being made of the yard? I would like to know what is it that we're not doing well with the guides. And of course, just issuing general statements, I don't think it's the best way. Maybe he's not very much aware of the explanations and descriptions of the narrative of every single one of the guides. There are guides telling to us that they explain what's outside there by the river. There's also some people here complaining about non-professional guides. Guides explain the monuments and their environment in the time they have available. Of course, nature is one of the foundations of our explanations. These are all the words of the words of the local guides. Some of them also speak about their explanations of the botanic gardens. And there's another one speaking about the problems with free tours and the cheap traveling. It's also someone is saying that the explanation given by Angel Laura with regards what we guides say was neither harmonious nor sustainable. And well, we've got to say that we are all the time being trained. I think there are guides who are really concerned with nature. So this is more or less a summary of the words of some of the guides. All of them were referring to the panel session before. It looks as if Angel had a brilliant moment there. Well, I've got to make a small defense on the guides, and maybe what Mr. Laura said was misinterpreted to a certain bit. Tourist guides are very qualified. Some of them have been in the field for 40 years. And there's a team for years which I'm close to, but every guide wanting to work in the Mosque-Cathedral, they've got to be subject to a certain kind of test. So they've got to know how to explain the monument. And the canonry only opens its doors to guides who develop a how they say, an authorized level of explanations. And of course, guides count on limited time. Guides could speak about the Cinamomo fountain, or the cistern, or the brick canals in the ground. But the yard of the oranges is just 16,000 meters out of the 40,000 meters of the monument. So there's a lot to be said about the monument. So maybe they do not have the time to speak about everything. I'm going to speak about the forest in the river, but I think many of the guides know about nature, and in the time they have available, in the short time they have available with some groups, they speak of nature, and they are subject to sound tests, sound exams. The last 2-3 tests were carried out by the University of Córdoba. There was an agreement, and the two teachers and dean were in charge of preparing the exam. It is not known by the canons. It is deposited before a notary, and I may tell you that the exams, I'm sorry about the people who have not passed them and maybe thought that it was too much, but they are exams which are quite, the mesh of the filter is very narrow, so to say. Well, maybe we can speak about the issue of training, and maybe apart from the exam, the setup of specific training initiatives could be useful. As people graduated in tourism industries, we get some training, but of course, in order to be able to work soundly on the different monuments in the city, you've got to train yourself. Most guides were self-taught, but in a building as complex as the Mosque-Cathedral, you've got to look and build a quality of your own as a guide. So maybe that training course ending in an exam in a low season period, maybe it would be the way ahead. Of course, there's always ground for improvement. So thanks very much, and we are now ending our time for this panel session.
Y sin pausa, muchas gracias. Vamos a continuar y yo voy a invitar que no solamente suba Carmen de Prado, que es la siguiente mesa, para hablar de la encuesta, vayan preparando sus móviles que vamos a hacer.
So I would like to invite now the next speaker, Carmen de Prado and José Juan, who should, well, we're supposed to have two different sessions, but we can do them combined.
Estamos terminando, creo que vamos muy bien de tiempo.
I think we're respecting the times and the schedule.
Donde tú quieras, sí. Están pasando la... Tenemos a Carmen de Prado, Ruiz Santaella, presidenta de CUCO, del Club de Córdoba para la UNESCO.
So I'll give the floor first of all to Mrs. Carmen de Prado, president of the CUCO Club from Córdoba.
Todo lo que vamos a hacer ahora ella lo conoce muy bien.
She's an expert in the field and she has been in charge of the implementation. And she's going to present to us the survey on the expectation, needs and suggestions from the public. So now I'd like to give you the floor now, and there we have the questions, the purpose of this survey, the heritage community, what it is, and also the explanation about the 5 Ps. Can we have the slide with the QR so that people can scan this QR and ask questions?
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias al Cabildo.
Okay, thank you.
Lo comentaba antes en la inauguración porque para nosotros
thank
es
you
un
to the canonry and the chapter.
El colaborar en la elaboración de la,
it is a privilege for us to prepare the report on sustainability of this canonry chapter of Mosque-Cathedral, and it is also, as we've already heard this morning, a challenge because we have to incorporate many indicators and elements related to this language of sustainability. For, well, the canonry chapter they know this, but for them it is very important to have a continuous dialogue with people. But we must not forget that within a sustainability plan, it is very important to know
en relación a los temas que son clave en la gestión sostenible. Y en este caso concreto, en la gestión sostenible de la Mezquita-Catedral. Hemos estado escuchando durante toda la mañana a través de las distintas conversaciones, las distintas mesas, cuáles son esos asuntos relevantes en la gestión sostenible de la Mezquita-Catedral. Y pedimos, por favor, hoy iniciamos durante las 3 próximas semanas. Vamos a estar recopilando datos. Si pueden, por favor, escanear el código QR que tienen en pantalla. De todas formas, nuestros compañeros que llevan todo lo que es la acreditación del Cabildo roja tienen una cartulina por si les es más fácil escanear directamente el código QR desde el papel.
That you can read on that
Es para las
paper.
preguntas, sí, este no es el código QR.
No, that was for the questions. This is
que no
another
puedo
one.
pasarla. Si no, podéis por favor acercaros para que pueda escanear
So can you
o ir
bring
pasando
the
las
cards,
cartulinas?
the
No puedo
board
pasarla.
cards because I cannot change the slide.
Para que por favor vayan escaneando
So that you can scan
los
from
QR de
the
la... vale. Sí, lo están preparando
board cards.
en la
Well,
mesa
this
de
is being
realización. De todas
prepared.
formas, yo voy continuando
But in
mientras
the
van a
meantime,
proyectar.
I'm
Y
going
gracias por
to
el aviso
continue
porque no nos habíamos
explaining.
dado cuenta.
And thank you for letting us know
Entonces,
that
durante
this
estas
is
3
not the right
próximas semanas se
QR we
van a ir
want to use now.
recopilando
So this
los datos a
cardboard
través de la
has
encuesta
the
y la
QR.
Universidad de Córdoba
So we are going to
va a
collect
analizar
data
y va a preparar un
during 3
informe.
weeks.
Un informe
And
que
then
el
the
equipo de
University of
sostenibilidad de
Córdoba
la
is going to
Mezquita-Catedral
prepare
de
a
Córdoba
report after analyzing the data.
en trabajo colaborativo
The idea
con
is
otros
to carry out
profesionales
a
relacionados con la
collaborative
institución
work
y
with
también
other
externos,
professionals
pues van a utilizar para elaborar esa
of the
hoja de ruta
institution
de
and
la
also
sostenibilidad, que es un plan
around
de
it
acción a
to
corto,
prepare
medio y
an
largo
action
plazo.
plan for the short, medium and
la
long term,
encuesta
a sustainability
está
plan. And
disponible
this
tanto
survey
en
is
español
available
como
in
en inglés,
Spanish and
porque en
English
esas 3 próximas
because
semanas vamos a estar
during
en
the
el
next
patio de los
3
Naranjos
weeks we will also be present in
también
the Orange Tree Yard
recopilando datos.
collecting data.
Bueno, también comentarles que queríamos compartir que es
And
una
also,
comunidad patrimonial
we wanted to
y
explain to
son
you
todo
what
ese grupo
a
de personas, tanto
heritage
internas
community
como
is.
externas, que tienen relación directa con la actividad de la
People
Mezquita-Catedral.
that are related to the activity of the Mosque-Cathedral, both
La
internally and
encuesta
externally.
que
And
le pedimos que
the
haga sobre
survey
los
we are
asuntos
asking you
relevantes en la
to
gestión sostenible de la
answer in
Mezquita-Catedral
relation to the
es anónima,
relevant
pero sí que es
topics
cierto que es
in the
muy
context
importante
of
que
the
necesitamos
sustainable
conocerle.
plan
Así que
of
responda,
the
por favor,
Mosque
pues cada una de las
Cathedral is
preguntas
anonymous, but we need to know
hasta
who,
llegar a
what is
los
the
grupos
profile
de
of the
interés,
person
esa comunidad patrimonial,
answering.
ese grupo de personas
So
que estamos
you have
hablando.
to
Entonces,
answer
lea
the
por
different
favor
questions,
uno a uno hasta que
and then
encuentre
you go
su
to
propia
the
categoría.
section, which is the heritage
No se
community,
pueden
and you
marcar
must
dos,
choose
¿verdad?
your
Solamente
own
No,
category.
solamente uno.
We can only select one, right? Not 2 of these. Yes,
Si
only
quiere, puede
one.
hacer también la encuesta si
Yo lo
tiene
voy
el móvil.
haciendo.
You
sí.
can
Aquí
do
tiene el
it
código
too.
QR si quisiera.
You can
De
do
todas
it
formas,
here
no,
using this
luego lo hace en
QR
el
code,
futuro.
or you can do it in the some other day.
Hemos hablado de las 5P, lo que pasa es que quiero un
So
poco
we've been talking
recordarlo
about these
porque va a ser
5
la base
Ps.
también para
I'd like
contestar
to
la
go over
encuesta.
them again because we're going to use them
Sabemos,
as a
tenemos la
basis
armonía
in
de
the
la
survey. We
sostenibilidad, ese
have
equilibrio entre el desarrollo social,
sustainability
el
and this balance
crecimiento
between
económico y la
social
protección del medio
development,
ambiente,
economic
pero es
growth
verdad que
and
Naciones
environmental
Unidas
protection.
sostiene
The
que sin paz y
UN
justicia no se
states
alcanza el
that
desarrollo
without peace and
sostenible.
justice,
Y el desarrollo sostenible
sustainable
tampoco se logra
development
de
will
forma
not be
aislada.
possible,
Hay
and
que trabajar de forma
sustainable
colaborativa. Y
development
por
is
eso esas
not
5 Ps,
achieved in
personas,
an
planeta,
isolated way.
prosperidad, paz y
So
alianza,
this leads
que es
us
la
to those
traducción en
5
inglés de partnership.
pieces.
Entonces, cada P de por
Alliance is
sí
the
mismo
translation
tiene asignados
into
ODS,
Spanish
unos objetivos de
of
desarrollo
partnership.
sostenible
So
concretos,
each of
y de
these
esa manera
Ps
podemos
has
definir
a
el
specific
impacto principal
SDG
de
that
forma
has been
fácil de cada
allocated to
asunto
it,
relevante
and
en
this
la
will help
gestión
us
sostenible y en un ODS concreto.
Have an indicator in terms of
Entonces empecemos con la dimensión personas. Lo que le pedimos, por favor, es que tengan pensamiento crítico y que también tengan en consideración las posibilidades de la Mezquita-Catedral. Como ya le hemos avanzado, el Cabildo pues, va a realizar un plan de acción a 1, a 3 y a 5 años. Y por eso es muy importante que la puntuación de cada asunto relevante que sea distinta. No vale contestar a que todo es muy importante. Entonces, para cada tema, por favor, si la valoración de ese tema para usted es poco importante, puntúe de 1 a 2. Si es moderadamente importante, puntúe de 3 a 5. Y si es muy importante, puntúe de 6 a 7. Así que, por favor, evalúe a continuación la importancia para usted en relación a la formación, a la elaboración y difusión de las actividades, a un ambiente de seguridad y bienestar, a la participación ciudadana, a la accesibilidad e inclusión, al diálogo, a la cooperación nacional e internacional mediante la financiación de proyectos que trabajan con personas en riesgo de exclusión social. Aquí sí que me gustaría pues, un poco comentar que es la primera vez, o sea, estamos partiendo de una guía que desarrollamos en un proyecto de investigación y transferencia con la Universidad de Córdoba. Y este asunto de gestión es nuevo porque no nos lo habíamos encontrado hasta ahora en ningún recurso patrimonial. Es lo que hemos estado hablando del pilar tan importante que es para la Mezquita-Catedral la caridad. La siguiente dimensión es planeta. Si considera que la prioridad baja es para usted, puntúe de 1 a 2. Si es una prioridad media, puntúe de 3 a 5. Y si la prioridad es alta, puntúe de 6 a 7. En cada una de las dimensiones tiene también un espacio para volcar cualquier observación que desee compartir con el Cabildo y que considere oportuna. Volviendo a la dimensión planeta, evalúe, por favor, la importancia para usted de temas relevantes en la gestión sostenible sobre economía circular y gestión de residuos, fomento y conservación de la biodiversidad, utilización de tratamientos respetuosos con la naturaleza, uso eficiente y aprovechamiento del agua y de la energía verde, conservación, protección y salvaguarda del patrimonio. La siguiente pantalla analizamos lo que son los asuntos de gestión de prosperidad. Y aquí podrá, por favor, evaluar la importancia para usted de lo que supone el turismo sostenible, la gestión económica, rentable y responsable, empleo de calidad, contratación de servicios con proveedores que tengan en cuenta la sostenibilidad entre sus principios, financiación para garantizar la conservación, protección y mantenimiento de la Mezquita-Catedral e incorporación de tecnología y soluciones digitales que fomenten la innovación en la gestión. La siguiente dimensión a evaluar que cuentas con un asunto relevante solo, y es la gestión responsable, transparente y ética. Y por último, la dimensión alianzas, que trata el tema importante de colaboraciones con instituciones públicas, entidades privadas y sociedad civil. Muchísimas gracias por sus aportaciones que permitirán al Cabildo avanzar de forma participativa en el diseño de ese plan de acción que demostrará que es lo importante y lo atractivo de una memoria de sostenibilidad con evidencias, con datos, con números, cuál es la contribución de la Mezquita-Catedral a ese desarrollo sostenible, a esa armonía, a ese equilibrio entre el desarrollo social, el crecimiento económico y la protección del medio ambiente. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Carmen.
Cumplido el tiempo, se ha aportado.
Thank you for your contribution.
Y bueno, vamos a terminar ya con
So now
José Juan Jiménez Cueto
we are going to
canónico portavoz del Cabildo Catedral de Córdoba,
with José Juan
para
Jiménez
esa última
Cueto, who's
mesa
the
de
spokesman
Mezquita-Catedral de
canon
Córdoba,
on
sostenibilidad
the
y compromiso.
Cathedral Chapter of Córdoba. In
Conversación
this
sobre el
last
plan de gestión y la
section
memoria
on the
de sostenibilidad
Mosque-Cathedral of Córdoba,
de la
sustainability and
Mezquita-Catedral.
commitment, conversation
Voy a
on the
hacer unas
management
preguntas,
plan and
pero
sustainability
por ordenar un
report
poco
of the
la
Mosque-Cathedral. I'm
información,
going to
porque
ask you
siéntete
some
libre
questions
de
just to give you
incluir.
some
Ha habido
structure
muchas
for
preguntas,
the information
muchas
you're going to share with us, but there
intervenciones
have
de
been
otros
many
temas
questions and comments on
transversales,
different
por si quieres
cross-cutting
incluirlos en tu
topics, so if you
intervención,
wish
pero
to
por
add
ir ordenando un poco
those
qué es
themes
una
or
memoria de
subjects
sostenibilidad.
you can, but let's
Bien,
give
la
some
memoria de
structure to the
sostenibilidad,
information. What is a sustainability
ya
report?
Carmen lo ha ido adelantando.
Well,
Al final va a
Carmen
ser un documento,
already
un plan de
referred to
acción,
this
un instrumento,
partly.
una herramienta
It is a
que nos va a
tool,
permitir
an instrument
a la Mezquita-Catedral
that
a
will
corto,
allow
medio, largo plazo,
the Mosque-Cathedral
pues,
to
ir
act in
trabajando
short, medium and long term
continuamente sobre
and
determinados
continue
aspectos que
working
mejoremos la sostenibilidad
in order to
de la
improve the
Mezquita-Catedral, ¿no?
sustainability of
Este
the
plan de sostenibilidad lo hemos puesto
Mosque-Cathedral.
en marcha en
This is a
este
plan.
año, creando en principio el equipo de sostenibilidad,
There was
en el cual hemos ido
launched
trabajando primero en
first
generar en nosotros la
creating a
cultura, el
sustainability team,
conocimiento,
so we had
la
to generate the
interiorización de lo que
culture
son los
and the
objetivos de desarrollo
knowledge
sostenible, el aprender a establecerlo en
on
nuestros grupos de,
SDGs,
que llamamos las
learning
P,
to
¿verdad?
create
De
the
planeta, persona,
groups, this
prosperidad, paz y
area, these
alianza.
5 Ps,
Y
the
y
people,
una vez
planets,
que hemos cogido bueno, todo el equipo de
peace,
sostenibilidad, esa
partners,
cultura,
and so on.
hemos empezado a hacer el análisis de
And then we
nuestra
have
propia-
the
En la fase que
analysis.
están ahora mismo es
Exactamente.
This
Ya
is
prácticamente
the
terminando
phase
esa
in
fase,
which we
¿no?
are.
La
We are at
fase
the end of that
del
phase
análisis de
of the
nuestra,
analysis of the
de
data.
nuestra institución,
We are analyzing
compilando,
our
porque
institution
realmente, como bien decía Carmen, como bien dice
and we are
María Ángeles,
compiling
pues nuestra
data
institución,
because,
y
as
así lo han demostrado
Carmen
todos nuestros
already
técnicos a lo
said,
largo de
and
toda esta
as the
mañana,
experts
todos los
today
jefes de
have shown,
departamento,
the different
bueno,
heads
pues
of
somos
departments,
realmente sostenibles
we
en
are
un
an
gran
institution
porcentaje. Quizá lo que
that
necesitábamos
have a
era
high degree of sustainability,
reordenarlo
but
todo,
perhaps
¿no?
we
Y
just needed
compilarlo,
to
y eso nos va a permitir descubrir
reorganize,
aquí viene,
rearrange all of this.
elementos y márgenes de mejora que tenemos en el campo de la
And this allows us to
sostenibilidad.
identify
Una vez
the
que
areas of
identifiquemos
improvement
esa
we
realidad,
have for
estableceremos los
sustainability
objetivos
plans.
de,
And then
que
later,
queremos alcanzar,
we
temporalizándolos
will
en
define
ese
the
corto, medio, largo
goals
plazo, y luego
with
estableceremos
different
los procedimientos,
deadlines.
¿no? ¿Cómo
And
vamos
then
a
we
llevar a
will
cabo, cómo
have to
materializar
design
estos
procedures, how
objetivos
to actually
en acciones concretas
achieve those
en el
goals.
que nos
And we will
permita
do this through
realizar un seguimiento
specific
y evaluación
actions and
continua
also
en los
making sure we
próximos
can carry
años.
out a
Y luego, pues,
follow-up
llevarse a
and
cabo esa
continuous
tarea
assessment
de hacer
of what is
partícipe no
done
solamente a la
during the
sociedad,
next
sino
few
también de
years.
un modo especial
We want
a
the
todo ese grupo de
society
interés
to
con los que
participate, but also the
trabajamos, que le
different
afectará, claro que sí,
groups
pues, muchos
of
de esos
interest or
procedimientos
interest
que
groups, the
pongamos a
community
lo que
that
sería
is
generar
part
esa
of
comunidad patrimonial de la que Carmen
the
nos comentaba.
¿Se va a publicar?
Mosque-Cathedral.
¿Cuándo tenéis pensado
So when do you
Bueno,
expect to
nuestra-
publish
somos
this?
ambiciosos.
Well, we're very ambitious.
Saben, Carmen, que
Carmen knows
somos bastante
that
ambiciosos
we are
del
very
Cabildo.
ambitious
Y nos gusta
in
ir
the
rápido,
canon
concreto
and we
y
want to
realizar
be
las cosas,
quick,
¿no? No especular mucho. Nuestro objetivo es
concrete,
para mayo,
and
si
do
Dios quiere, es
things.
decir, para
Our
este año
goal is for May,
2025, para mayo,
for the
tener
year
ya
2025, so
finalizado
we
esa
want
memoria
that in
de
May
sostenibilidad.
the
que
sustainability
podamos luego,
report
pues,
should be
presentar
all
en determinadas
ready, and then
instituciones,
it
bueno,
will
o
present to
administraciones
different
como puede ser la
administrations,
UNESCO, que nos
institutions
certifiquen
like the
que
UNESCO,
realmente estamos en el buen camino
to
y
certify that
así
we are on the
notificarlo
right
también a
path.
todas las
And also we want
administraciones
to
en las
present it
que
to all the
tengan
administrations
competencia con respecto a esta cuestión y así ya podamos trabajar
that might be
tranquilamente y
relevant,
de manera
and
continuada.
then from then on start
¿Y cómo va a
uh,
afectar
work.
gestionar la Mezquita-Catedral?
Pues
Cuando
seguramente
tengáis ese
que,
plan,
How are you
lo
going
tengáis
to
que ejecutar
manage
o
this plan
desarrollar.
in the implementation or
que
execution
mucho y bueno.
phase?
No
Well, I think we're
obstante,
going to
ya
do
hemos
many things and
descubierto
of good quality. We have
que
already discovered
socialmente,
that
cuando se habla de la Mezquita-Catedral y se habla
from the
del
social point of
Cabildo,
view, when we
cómo el
talk
Cabildo
about the
trabaja, la gestión que
Mosque-Cathedral and how
siempre
the
pensamos en
canonry
curas.
works and the management they do,
Y curas es lo
we
que
always
somos
think about
17 curas,
priests.
somos
And yes, there are
consejo,
17
funcionamos como a modo de
priests.
senado,
We are a
¿verdad?
senate, that's
Pero,
the way we operate.
los que realmente
But
están en
the
el
truth
día a
is
día,
that those who do the
son
daily work
el personal que tiene el
are the
Cabildo, que es
staff
personal
of the
cualificado, bien
canonry,
preparado,
well
formado, y que
qualified,
además quieren
well
la casa la
trained,
sienten como suya
and
y,
who feel
y bueno,
home
y
in the Mosque-Cathedral, and they often give us many ideas and suggestions, and they carry out extraordinary work. So in terms of governance, the management is well done. It's very important, but of course we're not perfect. Only God is perfect, and this means that there's always a lot that can be done. And I am sure that this sustainability report will allow us to discover other areas for improvements, areas for innovation, and also we will be able to prepare procedures for work and probably also find ways of improving our internal organization. And this could be very good in order to be sure we improve the way we do our work. Lately, with this publicity on the first meeting on sustainability, some people asked me, what does this topic have to do with the Mosque-Cathedral? And in fact, it has a lot to do, not only because we are now using this new language, but also because church, we learned that we need to take care of the planet, and also that we must collaborate in a creating plan, and therefore this requires us to maintain what we have and make sure that future generations will receive a place that is better than what we received. The Mosque-Cathedral has an impact on nature, on the environment, but also on people and people's dignity, not only locally, but also nationally and internationally. And in the economic management and the good and ethical governance. Right now, with all these strange news we see in the papers, we need to make sure ethics are included in the governance. In the meeting on cathedrals that will take place at the end of the month, will you be discussing with other cathedrals if they are also working for sustainability, or do you think what you're doing now is a pioneer action that could be shared with them? Well, according to the information we have collected up to now, we are one of the few World Heritage sites working on this topic, on this theme, at least in Spain. And if in May we get this certification, we might be the second ones in Spain, at least in Spain. Yes, but mainly it's museums. In terms of monuments, we might be the first monument. In Barcelona, there is a museum with the certification as a Sustainability World Heritage Site. And from the we would be, therefore, the first World Heritage Monument to have this sustainability report and the certification. And I think this is related to something that is also very important. We need to make clear and explain that the canonry and Cathedral Chapter is not isolated and closed. We are listening, we want to have dialogues, and we want participation. Institutions, entities, citizens, everyone is participating in the management of the Mosque-Cathedral. And how is this taking place? Well, since March, we carried out quantitative surveys to different interest groups, so people who have relations with us. And out of that quantitative survey, on the basis of that, we organized focus groups to carry out a qualitative analysis. There's a focus group on economic development, another one on culture, another one on innovation. another one on social aspects and development, citizens' participation. There will be also one on sustainability, security, accessibility and innovation. There will be another one on communication. And this first meeting on international meeting is also a process for us to listen to sustainability. And we have this meeting with the participation of all of us, but then there have been also some academic meetings on the same theme, and also the survey that we've asked you to answer. This survey is going to be open for 3 weeks because we want to listen. The canonry and the Cathedral Chapter considers essential listening and the participation of citizens for the creation of the management plan of the Mosque-Cathedral. And this is a master plan with a specific section on the sustainability management. Well, in the society, there's a controversy. Do you think the Mosque-Cathedral would be in danger? I think this is absolutely nonsense. The other day, there was a question in the Parliament, and there was a very clear answer to that question. In no way the exceptional universal value of the Mosque-Cathedral will be endangered. Quite the opposite. In all the different fields where we act, in the forums, internationally, nationally, what we do at the local level and everything, we see that administrations and private entities all agree on the fact that the canonry is taking care of the singular and exceptional universal values of the Mosque-Cathedral. Today we've seen a piece of news in a newspaper saying that TripAdvisor recognizes monuments, acknowledges monuments that are World Heritage Sites. And according to them, the Mosque-Cathedral is the best valued World Heritage monument in Spain and even in Europe, even above the Vatican City, and the 5th in the world. So I suppose that the canonry is doing things pretty well in terms of the management and preservation of this temple. Because we've got this ranking in TripAdvisor. Besides that, there were 2 surveys carried out by international companies in 2014 and then in 2018. And according to those 2 surveys, citizens gave a score to us in our management of 8.4. And in the most recent statistical studies that are being carried out, we already have some results, interim results, where we've seen that the visit gets a score of 8.6. And the Fernandine routes receive a score above 9. And this is the score from the visitors who take into account maintenance, preservation of the building, but also the generation of experience, and this is something we discuss very often, and the intangibles that we often talk about. Earlier we were talking this afternoon visit at 6 p.m. or the night visit, or come in really early in the morning when the temple opens up its doors, and there we can have extraordinary experiences. And, well, there's something you mentioned while you were talking about the guides and so on, and the training. Well, the Canary and Cathedral Chapter does an extraordinary work. Our staff is doing the best to make sure that services will be exceptional and that the visitor's experience will be marvelous. But of course, we can discover elements for improvement, but also in this field that we can strengthen for this exceptional and universal value. And that is that in the generation of feelings and emotions that is demanded by those who come from Central Europe, for example, where they are demanding new experiences. And this is very important for the happiness of human beings. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that visitors get better information when they come to see us. And this is why I think we always have the opportunity to continue growing. And this should be with continuous training. Previous training is important, but also continuous training. And you can see that with the guides who are here today, and some other guides are watching us through YouTube, and also they participate in the academic meetings, in the meeting on cathedrals that we're going to celebrate soon.
So whilst, for example, from the Canary, everything there's a training activity, it is always offered to guides, and they are usually deploying a very positive response. They are actively participating. And there's margin for improvement, but of course, it is very important that those who show the monument, they are the ones providing the monument with their voice and transmitting emotions. So that's why it's so important that they manage to get the tourists to say, I want to come back, I want to feel the rumor of water, or I want to enjoy those aromas of orange blossom. So guides there are the best prescriptors, even if you don't need anyone to sell the temple. But this is the way in which we should be working for the future, because there's an important margin there. Yes, so training, best training of guides on the environmental environment. I'm sure Angel will be happy to help with the training of guides and improving the quality of the visits as compared to the quantity. And I think that's the way we're following. We want not more visitors, but visitors enjoying the monument without mass accumulation of people. So there's something interesting as well. The Canary has also made a proposal in terms of the care for environment and the economic impact, and in terms of local commerce. We proposed a series of proposals. So out of those 2 million people, we proposed the trail of the medieval churches, and we should see how we could, we're thinking of adding something on top of that. So we could transfer
esos 90.000 que ya no han visitado este año, que es el número
some of that people onto our churches, so we can,
no dudemos que de los 2 millones,
because out of the 2 million,
puedan venir a visitar 90.000,
90,000,
que también es verdad que de los 2 millones, el siguiente monumento que más visitan en Córdoba, la sinagoga,
and the next important monument in Córdoba is the synagogue.
En definitiva,
so
hay mucho margen.
There's a lot of margin,
y termino
a big margin for that.
Cuando tú decías
and
el tema
when
de
you
si está en
were talking
peligro,
about the subject of
no estamos en peligro
endangering
porque lo digamos nosotros, el Cabildo,
the monument.
sino porque la sociedad lo dice.
We believe that the monument is not
siente que la Mezquita-Catedral
in danger. People believe that the mosque is theirs, and people cooperate to doing all these. But I think that it's a kind of a golden
lo que sí voy a invitar, muchísimas gracias,
I would like to invite
Carmen.
now
Está por aquí Ángeles.
this Ángeles, José Juan, Carmen.
A la clausura y el presidente,
Maybe
por favor.
they can
Si quieren
come
subir para
up in order
proceder
to
rápidamente a la
start the
clausura.
closing ceremony.
María Ángeles Jordano como
María
representante
Ángeles
de la
Jordano
universidad.
as the representative of the University of
vosotros?
Córdoba.
No, quedaron ahí, yo me bajo. Yo ya he terminado.
My role is finished here.
No, yo no represento el ayuntamiento, yo era el moderador.
I was just a moderator. I was not here acting as the representative of the municipality.
María Ángeles.
¿Nos podéis traer un micrófono de mano para el deán, por favor? A ver, voy a ver si el atril funciona. Ya lo tengo. Gracias.
Vale, pues muchas gracias a todos por la atención prestada,
like to thank
tanto
you
a los que
all
están
for
en la
your,
sesión presencial como a los que nos están siguiendo en streaming. Y
admirable
entonces,
attention,
quiero
both of
agradecer
you here in the room
al
and those following
Cabildo
us
y
through
aquí
through
presente
streaming,
el deán, agradecerle
broadcasting,
pues,
and I would like to thank the Dean
la apertura de miras, ¿no? Cuando
for
nosotros
the
nos acercamos
open-mindedness
a
when
ofrecerle
we
este proyecto, ¿no? sobre la
offer them
sostenibilidad.
this project on
Así que,
sustainability.
muchas gracias. Esto es empezar otra vez el camino. Ya
This
llevamos
means
unos pasitos
restarting
andados, pero
our
tenemos
path,
tiempo por
even if we have
delante
already
para
done quite a
seguir
bit.
trabajando.
There's
Gracias
time
también
for
a
us
los técnicos, que sé que han
to
hecho un esfuerzo
work,
tremendo
traditional work, and I would
porque,
like to thank
ellos no están acostumbrados
the
a subirse al
technicians, the
escenario, y los
specialists,
pobres
because they are
estaban,
not used to
bueno, pues
to
muy forzados, pero
using a
creo que lo han
scene,
hecho muy bien.
but
Y,
I think they
yo estoy
have
muy
done it very
contenta
well.
porque creo que
I'm very
desde
happy
aquí hemos
because I
proyectado una
believe that
visión
we are we
a
have
todos los que nos están
casted
siguiendo incluso en el extranjero, ¿no? Porque la idea es que al final
mission
esta
in the
catedral
end is
se
that our
convierta en un
cathedral
referente en
is
cómo se pueden
becomes a
hacer estas
landmark
cosas
in terms
desde
of
una gestión
how things
adecuada,
can be
que
done
está respondiendo a una demanda de la sociedad y de Naciones Unidas.
in terms
Es
of
decir, que esto no
answering a
es
call by the United
no
Nations and
de pronto que se haya
the UNESCO. It is not just something
ocurrido a alguien, sino
that
que
came out
son
of our
tantos los
hats.
países que desde Naciones Unidas han querido que
And
apostar por la
from the
sostenibilidad.
United Nations,
Así
they
que
wanted to make
muchísimas
a
gracias
bet for
a todos y
sustainability. So I would like to
gracias
thank you
al
all, of
Cabildo.
course.
Yo simplemente quería dar las gracias al Cabildo por haber dado el paso para desarrollar la memoria de sostenibilidad
I just wanted to
y también para la
thank
celebración de esta jornada,
Karen Reed
porque
for
bueno, todos
having made the effort of setting
el
up
poder
this
de
seminar, because we
convocatoria,
all
¿no? que
know
tiene el Cabildo y la
the
Mezquita-Catedral, y
capacity to
desde
attract
Club
people
de
that
Córdoba para la UNESCO, que fomentamos ese pensamiento sostenible,
Karen Reed's got, and also of course the
pensamos
cathedral.
que al final
So
la
we
sostenibilidad
believe
es responsabilidad
that
de todos.
sustainability in the end
Todos
is a
tenemos que acometer ese
responsibility of us
compromiso,
all.
entonces
All of
muchísimas
us
gracias
have got
al
to
Cabildo pues
make up to
por
play our
hablar
role.
en ser un altavoz, ¿no? en un poco en
So
sensibilizar
I'd like to thank the
hacia ese
Karen
estilo de
Reed
vida
and
sostenible
the managers of the
que lo
cathedral
debemos
for
trasladar desde
becoming
casa
a kind
pues,
of a
también a lo
loudspeaker
que es
for all these.
nuestra
And of
dimensión
course,
pues,
we've got
profesional.
the duty
Así
to
que
transfer that onto
muchísimas
our
gracias
personal
por-
dimension.
pues, por esta
So
esta
thanks very
jornada
much
tan
for this seminar,
Pues
for organizing this
concluyo
seminar.
yo dando las
I
gracias a
will
vosotros
conclude by
y
thanking you
Carmen,
all.
y a
Thank
todos los
you,
que habéis
Carmen,
participado.
and
Esta
I
ha
would
sido
like
una
to also
mañana
thank all of
maratoniana,
you,
intensísima.
who have taken part in such an intense program. I would like to especially thank Rafael, who